Hello, everybody. Oh wait, hold on. I need to brand. Uh, okay, here we go. Okay, well that gets rid of that. That gets rid of the pretentious opening. I still appreciate Gio making it, but I'm not gonna deny that it's pretentious. Let's see. Let me give the link to people, at least the watch link. Uh, paste, paste. All right. So, yeah, as the title says, that Walker's High. Because just got back from walking, from doing like 2 laps, right? Each a half hour. Well, well, yeah, each a half hour. But there were stops in the road. But basically, I figured, you know what? I feel like going live, and I feel like just talking, offering commentary. Although, knowing me, I will say some of the stupidest thing people have ever heard, which is par from the course. Uh, it looks like we have one watcher. I mean, I closed it, so it can't be me. Uh, let's see. Do I want to put? You know what? Fuck it. Why not? Uh, let me do this. There. I will pin it as soon as somebody posts in the chat because that stupid goddamn heart is in the way. I don't know why YouTube decided to do that, but it's just stupid, right? It's so fucking annoying. Anyway, so I do find it kind of stupid how Twitter is now just X because Elon Musk decided, hey, you know what? We need to rebrand Twitter. It should just be X. Why? I don't know. Although, although I have heard that he's actually stepping down as CEO and he put someone else in charge. I don't know. It's weird. Apparently he hasn't reinstated an account that posted CP. He just deleted the images and then reinstated the account. Which okay, that's really fucking stupid, but whatever. Like that is I don't know. I mean, I guess Brie is live, right? She's reviewing. Oh right, I could have just done that. She's reviewing the transatlantic stream that Dog went on, which is it, Pine Creek is always interesting. Uh, uh, I know these conversations have been going on for like over 2,000 years, like even before like even before. Well, I wouldn't say before. Actually, no. I think you could say that these conversations have been going on even before written history, right? Because before written history, everything was in oral tradition, right? Now you needed to have a really good memory in order to remember it well. In order to remember a story well. But since I don't think people had good memories, like really good memories back then, a lot of the information. Hey, Bond. A lot of the stories changed over time, right? Like, and that's that's and that's something that even children learn when they're young, right? Like I don't know if you guys ever played telephone when you were like in middle, not in middle school, when you were like in elementary school. Yeah, that's right. One person tells you one thing, and then all of a sudden it turns into this big, this big like monster that hey Pixie, if you want to join, the link is pinned. This turns into this big monster that nobody can recognize anymore, right? It's like, oh, my Bible is the one true Bible, right? My Bible is the truth. Like it's still like I, you do realize that most likely the Bible was written, yeah, was written years, like years after the fact, right? And probably people didn't really, probably people didn't really have. Wait, hold on. I'm sure a lot of the Bible, sure a lot of the information that's in the Bible is, it was hearsay, right, passed down from generation to generation, uh, orally. Hmm. I guess orally passing something down isn't always a bad thing if you can manage to keep the spirit of the story alive. Okay, this is funny. Pixie Storm Bond tackles Bond. What the fuck? Well, I mean, Bond. I mean, according to my headcanon, Bond is a beefcake, so you may you may not be able to knock him down. Yeah, you hear that, Bond? You're a beefcake. You have muscles for days. Muscles for days. But yeah, like I said, if anyone wants to come on, it's whatever. Figured I'd go live after a runner's high, or I guess a walker's high, which was very good. I really need to walk more. Really need to walk more. Can't wait till next month so I can buy that UPF jacket. You know that fishermen use to keep the sun away. Albinism is a bitch. So lately I've been watching. Well, I'm still reading, My Hero Academia manga, but I'm also watching Doctor Stone, which is, oh, I love Doctor Stone. Just the amount of accuracy when it comes to science in that anime just shows how much care they put in the story, right? I mean, just imagine one day you and everybody on Earth turns to stone, right? 3,700 years pass, and then all of a sudden some asshole wakes you up, and it's like tells you you've been asleep for 3,700 years. How do you feel? In shock. uh, uh. So yeah, during that time, civilization basically crumbles. Senku, the main character, or at least one of the main character, wakes up and decides, you know what? I'm going to rebuild society using science. And he goes about doing it. He spends half a year being able to survive. So he spends half a year surviving on his own, which is impressive. Like, tackle me when I'm leaving the gym after doing squats. I'll fold like a napkin. Giggity. That is funny. You're funny. Funny, funny, funny. Funny, 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 funny. Hmm. I mean, yeah, like noted. So you tackle Bond, but not me. Okay, I see how it is. Let's see. Anyone want to come on? Giggity, I guess. I'm just going to buy him drinks and put him on ice skates with me. Hmm. Okay. Oh, it's only like 11 minutes. Let's see what to do, what to review, review anything. Just ice skating is fun. Oh, here she is.
Ice skating is fun. Ice skating is a lot of fun.
Yes. Too bad I have two left feet. I
As
never
long as
did.
as long as you don't go ice skating with Corey the first time you ever go ice skating, you're safe.
With who?
My first time ever on ice skates, um, I was probably like, I don't know, like 16. Anyway, I I used to rollerblade all the time, and ice skates weren't that different. So apparently I was doing pretty good. And Corey did not know it was my first time on ice skates. And so he's skating around the rink and he kind of comes up behind me and he's like, "Hey, you want to do a trick?" The next thing I know, I am off the ice and spinning. Was not happy.
So avoid anyone named Corey. Got it.
Yes, yes, avoid Corey. I landed with help. He did grab me. He didn't let me fall. He did grab my arms but after I hit the ice. But at least I hit the ice standing up.
Nice.
And then I about beat the shit out of him. I was like, "Don't you ever." We'll laugh about it in 5 minutes, but right now, I don't want to talk to you. Go away.
Did you actually beat the shit out of him, or did you just ignore him for a bit?
No, I laughed and elbowed him in the solar plex really hard at the same time.
Ow.
Took the wind out of him. And I was like, "We can both laugh about it later, huh?" And then I skated off.
Yep.
That's how that went down.
That's funny.
But that
Okay.
I went flying on the ice for no reason, or that I elbowed him in the solar plex.
Honestly, both. Honestly, both. I'm sorry, but
Exactly. I was like, "We could both laugh about this later. Right now, you need to go away."
yeah, I'm going with both.
We were crazy though. We did crazy shit. When I say we did crazy shit, I mean we did crazy shit. We were theater kids, and you don't want the one group of people you don't want to see bored is a group of theater kids. We had trunks full of props and costumes, and we would go around playing truth or dare with walkie talkies in multiple cars. One time we almost got in
Hi,
trouble
Mr. Skeleton.
because my friend faked an epileptic seizure really well in a mall. The lady at McDonald's 2 towns over to this day probably still thinks I hear voices. I was laughing so hard after that one they had to like half-ass carry me to the car though. I don't know. We were wild. We were some wild kids.
Well, then, Crazy Kids, film at 11.
Yeah. I mean like we weren't getting into like major trouble. We were just little I don't know, we were a little ornery, I guess. I don't know what you call that. I mean, we weren't running around hurting people, but we were definitely not well behaved, I guess. And people, my mom used to say that. She'd be like, behave. And I would be like, I am, Mom. I always behave. You never specified well.
Nice little loophole there.
I know, right? I thought so too. She didn't think it was as cute as I thought it was.
Well, too bad.
Me and Super Munchkin talk to each other like that too. Like, to me and her, it's just fun and it's giggles and it's actually diffusing a situation. To other people, they're like, dear God, I can't believe you talk to each other that way.
Mm.
Like one time I was clearly frustrated and she was clearly frustrated and she was like, but Mom, and she's like, I'm gonna say it. Whether you stop whether you give me time to say it or not or something, and she was just having her little temper tantrum trying to be the director, you know. And she was going and I was like, you're not gonna say it, and if you keep trying to say it, I'm gonna duct tape your mouth shut. She's like, you can't, that's child abuse. And I said, not if it's colored, then it's arts and crafts.
What the fuck?
To which we both started laughing, and the situation was diffused. One time we were like in an argument, and then we both couldn't help but like break out laughing because some like middle-aged woman who was like trying way too hard to be like trendy, you know those people.
Yeah.
She had a pink car and her license plate said shoes, and we thought it was hilarious. Not only did we laugh so hard we couldn't argue anymore, but I think like for like a month, anytime we'd start arguing, she'd be like shoes, and then we'd start laughing for no reason.
Let's see. Smoker. That's not what I need. No, I can't only make anything. I don't really have. Whatever. Okay.
I still think the worst thing I ever did was the Christmas tree one. Bless her little heart.
Do tell.
I've told you, you don't remember? Okay, so the Christmas tree one was the worst thing I ever did. And of the joking things. So she kept begging me to put the Christmas tree up. She kept begging me to put the Christmas tree up. And I was like, Super Munchkin, it's not even Thanksgiving yet, right? And she was like, but Mom, so and so has their tree up, and so has their tree up. And I'm like, well, we'll put it up right after Thanksgiving. And she's like, no, we need to do it now, and we need to do it. Well, and she kept going, and she kept going, and she kept going. And so I said, for every, you know what, JoJoy? And she was like, what? And I was like, for every tree that goes up before Thanksgiving, an elf shoots a reindeer.
What the fuck?
And she got these big tears in her eyes. And she was like, what? And she like,
That was
like
mean.
the tears, I know the tears started falling. I was like, no, Mommy's just kidding. Mommy's just kidding. And I eventually got her to calm down, but like she never, ever, ever asked to put the tree up before Thanksgiving ever again.
What the fuck? You're so mean, Pixie. What the fuck?
I didn't think she'd take me seriously.
Fucking child abuse. What the fuck?
No, the most scared she ever was. Okay, so she's like me. She doesn't like horror movies. Don't scare her. She'll watch horror movies and sit there and be like, "Oh, I wonder if they used latex or if they used this." Like she's that kind of child. So it just doesn't scare her. There's one time ever in her life that she has just been absolutely terrified. And it wasn't a scary movie that did it. All her friends were into Slender Man, and so she started reading Slender Man. And one day she came in the house and she was screaming. I mean, screaming, like top of her lungs. I am going to die, screaming. And I was like, what is happening? And she's like, he's going to get me. He's out there and he's coming for me and he's going to get me. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And she's like, Slender Man is going to come get me. And I was like, what?
I
She
don't.
was like, she said, it's my fault. And I said, why is it your fault? And she said, the more you know, the closer he gets, which is apparently some Slender Man thing I didn't understand at the time. And so, me being me, I'm like, okay, well, why don't we go back outside? And if you don't see it anymore, then we don't have to worry about it. And if you still see it, then we'll figure it out. And she was like, okay. So I took her tiny little hand in mine and we walk outside in the pitch darkness. And at first she's fine. And she's like, I don't see anything. And the next thing you know, she starts screaming bloody murder again. And she is jumping on top of me. And she's like, Mommy's going to get me. I mean, she is freaking out. So I'm looking and I'm like, what on earth does she see? And then I see what it is. I finally put two and two together and I see what it is and I start laughing hysterically. And I start walking across the street with her in my arms while she is freaking out. Don't take me to him. And then
Mommy, mommy, you, you betrayed me. I will no longer love you. Fuck you,
and then
Mom.
she finally saw what it was. And then she relaxed. And now it's even harder to scare her.
Okay,
What
what
it
was it?
was, okay, so like across the street, like you have to realize, okay, so there's this driveway, there's a fence with ivy on it, and there's this tree that's coming over that hangs over this basketball goal, right?
Yeah.
But everything lined up so perfectly that all you saw of the basketball goal was a round white oval. And it lined up perfectly with the shadows on the fence so that the ivy looked like a suit and tie.
Okay, that is funny.
Yeah, and so from a distance, it really, with the shadows, it really did look like Slender Man was sitting there. Except his shirt wasn't quite white enough, right? Because it was the beige from the fence.
Yeah.
But other than that, like it was a dead ringer, and so like I literally had to walk her across the street so she could see it from another angle and be like, "Look, baby, it's vegetation and a basketball goal. Everything is fine." I think she was like 5, 6, maybe, and she hasn't really been scared by anything since.
Now, speaking of Slenderman, you probably heard about this. Two girls actually killed their friend because of Slenderman.
Attempted to kill her. From what I understand, she survived.
Right, yeah, thank you for correction. Attempted to kill her.
Yep. Yeah, she hasn't really been scared by anything since, though. She's tough. That was hilarious. Bless her little heart.
Ooh,
And
iron.
she was so tiny. I can picture it in my head. Like she was 5 or 6, but you have to understand when she was 5 or 6, she was in a parade with my brother, and we had to find like a cheerleader outfit for her in the appropriate color. And the only one I could find that would fit her was for an 18-month-old. So
What? What?
yeah, yeah. Um, no, that's when she was 5. Right, that's when she was 5. So when she was 6, I mean, she was the size of a like 3 or 4 year old.
Wow.
I mean, she was tiny. She used to play it to her advantage too, because everybody thought she was just the tiniest, cutest little thing ever, and so she'd get her way a lot. And I'd be like, "No, stop. She's older than that. She's old enough to know better. Stop. She's not that young. Don't let her get away with that shit. Stop it." I remember she was so offended. Um, like right before she went into high school, right before her freshman year, we had to run up to work for something, and she happened to be with me, so she just ran up there with me because she used to go to work with me a lot when she was little, and I was working overtime. She'd hang out up at the office, and so one of my coworkers saw her, and they were like, "You're getting so big," and she's like, "Thank you." She's just talking to him, and they were like, "So what are you going into now? You're going to be in junior high? You're going in the sixth grade, or you're going in the seventh grade?" And she just looked at them, and she's like, "I'm going into the ninth grade."
Wow.
Even now, it happens all the time. They don't believe she's 17 because she's 4'9". She's smaller than me. She only stands. I'm only 5'1.5", but she only stands to my eyes.
Okay, let me see. Oh, -19. Uh, okay, I gotta be careful here because I could end up going into. Have you ever played Minecraft?
Only when Super Munchkin made me play with her. We did turn an entire village. We confiscated an entire village and turned it into one giant castle. So
Nice.
yeah, it's pretty fortified.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go back up and smelt this iron. Okay, Bond's comment, ice skating is fun, is the last comment. Like, what the hell? Nobody, nobody wants to. Yeah, well, they're probably busy or asleep. Like, this stream is rather late. I did notice that Bree was reviewing the
Pine Creek.
transatlantic.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
well,
Pine Creek is streaming too from, or he was. So I don't
well,
know.
I
People
mean,
are probably running around and busy or sleeping or whatever. I don't know.
yeah,
I'm still working, of course.
yeah. Apparently Brojo also went on the transatlantic talk show or whatever, and he's like, "Oh, I had to walk on eggshells." I'm like, "Oh shit, that was private. My bad." Uh,
I don't have any desire to go.
from where?
People to any show like that, I guess.
That's fine.
People have their mind made up about you, and it doesn't matter what you say anyway. So why bother?
That is true.
I don't care anymore. I have nothing to prove to any one of them, and none of them have anything to do with my real life. So fuck it.
One thing that I honestly cannot stand is like, is those who say, "Oh, do the people you hang out with have jobs midnight, or are they all jobless losers like you?"
I probably work more than anybody who's asked you that question.
Ironically,
And when I do have days off and I am on vacation, am I having fun? Fuck yeah, I am. Have I earned it? You bet your ass I have. Because once again, I probably work more than anyone who's bothered to ask you that question.
yep. But see, they assume it's like, loser attracts loser. So to them, it's
No,
like,
they assume because I have the luxury of sitting here talking to you while I am working, although occasionally I get distracted and I don't answer and I'm busy. Sorry.
it's fine.
But
I
the
get it.
fact that I can be halfway present and talk to you while I'm working apparently means I'm not fucking working.
Nope.
But my coworkers would disagree because I carry the load and it's a fucking mess when I'm not here. Actually, they have that thing going right now where I'm helping 3 teams again.
I see.
So, but you know me, I like the chaos.
Yep.
My favorite part. The fuck is happening here? Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank fucking Christ you're dead, you stupid goddamn skeleton. I get a bone? No, I didn't get a bone. Wait, I gotta.
Sorry, I did that thing where I got distracted again.
No, that's fine. I'm also distracted playing Minecraft. Okay, Great Lake. This. Why aren't dogs good dancers? Because they have 2 left feet. Wait, hold on.
I
Great
think my
Lakes
favorite
Faith
dad
Destroyer.
joke is still the rainbow one.
I don't know who that is, but what's the rainbow one?
Where do bad rainbows go?
Uh.
To prison. It is a light sentence, and they have
Oh,
time. And they
wow.
have time to reflect.
Oh, that is funny, but I'm like, I was drawing a blank, even though you told this joke already.
I know. I like that joke.
Yeah, right.
It's a cute dad joke.
You read a lot of books, so I'm wondering if you ever read the book Flatland.
No.
Ah, I
I
gotta.
told you when I finish my Stephen King books, the next fiction book that's on my list is Blind Sight.
Hmm. There's a bee. Nice little bee. Even though I'm definitely afraid of bees in real life, because I got stung like a lot.
Bees, I don't mind, and it actually takes a lot for them to sting you because if they sting you, they lose their stinger and they die.
Yep.
It's wasps that terrify me, but that's because A, they can sting you over and over and not lose their stinger, but B, because when I was at camp, I guess I was, oh, I don't know, probably 9 years old. Let me see, fourth, yeah, I was about 9 years old. So I went to camp and it was the last day of camp and we were having this like pizza and ice cream party at the pool. And so I had taken my glasses off because I didn't have contacts yet, and obviously I'm not swimming in my glasses, and my eyesight was bad, but not quite as terrible as it is now, right? But I didn't have my glasses on, so everything's kind of blurry, and I'm only half paying attention because it's kind of blurry, you know. And so I grab my slice of pizza and I go to sit down at the edge of the pool to put my feet in the water, and somewhere between grabbing my slice of pizza and getting to the pool, a wasp had landed on my pizza. And
Ouch.
it took great offense to me sitting down to put my feet in the water. So right as I sat down, this thing flew off my pizza. It went straight for my eye. And I'm
Ooh.
lucky I blinked because he started stinging me in the eyelid. And I squeezed my eyes shut real hard, hard enough that when he stung me like the third or fourth time, he lost his stinger in my eye. And I had to pull it out with tweezers. They had to pull it out. But my eye was swollen shut for like 3 days.
Yeah, that. No,
Yeah, and
no.
to this day, that eye is like I have an astigmatism in that eye, and I don't have one in the other eye. And the eyesight in that eye is slightly worse than the other eye.
Oof.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's connected to that or if that's just a natural thing. But either way, like I have been terrified of wasps since that incident. I don't
Yeah,
like them.
I don't blame you. No blames here.
You know what else scares me? Cockroaches. Probably because my mom made me watch this movie called Broke Down Palace when we were younger. That scared the bejeebus out of me.
I remember reading a book in like elementary school, the yeah, I remember reading a book in elementary school called The Pig Man and Me, and in one scene, the main character describes a dream where he's turned into a cockroach.
What? Okay, did you ever watch Broke Down Palace? Kind of a girl movie, I guess.
What was the
So,
movie?
Broke Down Palace.
No.
So, this class just graduated and they're going to go on their senior trip to like Hawaii. And this girl and her best friend, one is a goody two shoes and one's a little wild, kind of rebellious. The rebellious one is like, I don't want to go to Hawaii. It's such a boring trip. Like, why don't we go to Thailand? She talks her friend into it and they go. But while they're in Thailand, they meet this guy who's like flirting with both of them behind the other one's back,
Of
kind of a
course.
thing, right? So he kind of plays them against each other. Well, he's actually a drug smuggler, and what he does is he plants a little bit on them to get caught so he can get through with the rest of it. Well, they end up in a Thai prison. And I'm not going to go through the whole story of everything that happens, but long story short, she's sleeping on this one of the goody two shoe girl. She's sleeping on this rollout mat in this Thailand prison, and this huge cockroach, like she wakes up and she just starts getting violently ill. She's like violently ill, like and lethargic, and she can't eat, she can't hold anything down. She's super sick. Well, this pretty big cockroach had like burrowed in her ear, like crawled up inside her ear and burrowed in there when she was asleep.
Yeah, gee, thanks for the image, Pixie.
Right, and all I kept thinking is, what if it lays eggs? I don't know. It freaked me out, and so now I'm also scared of cockroaches.
I mean, do you cover your ears when you go to bed? I would.
I don't. But I did watch this comedy one time. My friend was really into this comedy. It was called Hope. I think it was called something like that. Anyway, I caught a few episodes, and you know that myth? It is a myth, but you know that myth that you eat so many spiders in your sleep?
I mean, yeah.
That's yeah, okay. That is a myth. That was one of the things released to see how far it would get and how believed it would be when they were testing propaganda. Actually, certain propaganda tools. That was one of the myths that was spread. Carrots is another one, but I won't go there right now. Um, anyway, so she had like brought up that myth. She was like, "Oh, you know, you eat this many spiders in your sleep," and she's like terrified of spiders, so she sleeps with like pantyhose over her head. So she can't eat the spiders. I thought that was pretty funny.
Jesus. How deep does this bitch go? Okay, I've reached the very low. Hopefully I can find some diamonds.
Still not as bad as a stinger in the eye. Yeah, you know what? That sucked, but I was like 9, and 9 was a long, long time ago. So luckily, it's just like a sucky memory now. I don't even know that I remember how bad it felt. I just knew it was painful and really inconvenient. And I did not like not being able to open my eye. I remember that. I remember that being the most frustrating thing, like just not being able to open my eye.
Okay, I definitely need to set some. Okay, I will be back down here. Oh, what the hell am I doing? No, propaganda has always fascinated me. Like, there's a propaganda that that's meant to, that's meant to control people, but then there's propaganda, that's just meant to keep the peace. There's a propaganda that's meant to divide and control, as I just said.
Yeah, there's propaganda that's just meant to keep secrets too, actually.
Yep.
The carrots one, for example, they
The
America
carrot
had some,
one.
yeah, yeah. There's the carrots are good for your eyes one. Now,
Oh
don't get
yeah.
me wrong, carrots have things in them that in large quantities would be good for your eyes, but there's not enough of them in carrots to actually just really improve your eyes just by eating carrots, right? You have to do a lot of other stuff with it. But what happened was we had some stealth technology and we had some, oh, what was it? I think it was the thing that they developed in the bombs to make them more accurate. It's highly guarded secret. It was this tiny little mechanism. I can see it in my head. Um, anyway, it made missiles more accurate and bombs more accurate, right?
Hmm.
Especially, anyway, we didn't want to give away our tech secrets, is what was going on.
Well, of
And
course.
so rather than have people like overzealously looking into it, we started rumors that like our pilots had really great vision and we made sure that they had really great vision because we put them on a diet of nothing but carrots and like all this crazy stuff, right? Stuff like that. Or they've done it, they'll spread propaganda to like to create a false sense of confidence, both to divide but also to create a false sense of confidence. For example, the stereotype that black men are larger than average actually comes from propaganda that they wanted to, because larger than average was associated with like higher testosterone, which was associated as being like a bigger threat. So they wanted you to think that they were like uncontrollable and they'd just go out and take advantage of your white women kind of thing, right? And that's how that stereotype was actually started. And the stereotype that Asian men are smaller than average is actually started as a morale thing, as like a boost, like a confidence booster.
I
Because
mean,
in
that I
that
get
instance,
during World War II. That I get.
right, in that instance, they were feminizing the enemy, right? They were they were emasculating the enemy and feminizing them. And so that's how that stereotype started. Just like all these weird things,
Look,
and it's all
look at what
just
happened in Japan
propaganda.
after World War II. I guess feminization worked, considering there are so many femboys over there, or men who just dress up, who just
Now,
dress up in
I think
know.
I think that has to do with demographics and population, right? I mean, there's some place that can legally cater to that fetish when other places can't, and it probably gets some people out of poverty when they don't have another choice.
Oh
But
yeah, that was just a
B,
joke.
you have a lot of tourism from where?
America.
From where? From China,
Oh, well, China. Yeah.
actually. And what is wrong with China's population right now?
Uh,
That
they're too overpopulated.
Well, no, that the men horribly outnumber the females.
That's what I said. They're overpopulated.
Yeah, well, not yeah, but the men in particular are
Oh, fair
overpopulated.
enough.
Like, there's like, what is it? Like one woman for every like I don't know how many men. It's
Doesn't that
crazy.
doesn't that doesn't that have to do with their one-child policy backfiring?
Yes, because they didn't address because they had a one child policy, but because of tradition and customs and laws regarding inheritance, everybody wanted a male, right? And so the girls were either killed, aborted, abandoned, put up for adoption, so that they could have their male child.
I mean, that's that is bad, but is it didn't didn't the president of Romania do something a lot worse to to where he's like, hey, you know what? Hey, you know what? We need to we need to we need women to fuck more. We need more kids, and a lot of those kids wound up in orphanage. They wound up in orphanage, maltreated. It was horrible when I read about that. Like they they even
Humans are
had.
horrible. I
Well,
mean,
yeah, humans horrible, but
Vlad's solution to poverty was to have them impaled and slowly dying in the trees around us while he drank their blood. I mean, it's just people are horrible.
oh, yeah, but I'm not gonna deny that. Like humans always have two sides to them. We could either be really horrible or really good. Sometimes sometimes kind of both. But, have you ever watched Avatar: The Last Airbender?
Yes,
Okay, do you remember the episode where where Aang meets these like two tribes that are fighting?
yes.
And what does Aang do? He lies. He tells them, "Hey, you know what? You guys started fighting for this reason, even though that was a fucking lie." It's like, oh, I see. Like that's in that case, lying actually helped the two tribes come into peace.
Well,
It's like,
it's in Western culture we find that counterintuitive, but in a lot of Eastern cultures that's not something we would consider counterintuitive at all. Nor is lying something or deceit something that is necessarily frowned upon. For example, if you look at Hinduism, right, Sita is particularly deceitful, especially deceitful. But she is so honored that she's actually one of the favored. She's like a very highly revered person in their mythology because what her deceit did was not only save herself but save other people, right? Um, and then you have like in the Tale of a Thousand Nights, right? That is all deceit. She knows what the jinn's gonna do to her, so she starts a story. She starts making up a story, and she's like, "I'll finish it tomorrow. I'll finish it tomorrow. I'll finish it tomorrow." Right? Like,
yeah.
so in a lot of other
So,
cultures, deceit isn't necessarily bad. It's the intent behind it.
oh yeah, yeah. The seed. I do agree with that. Like, but this the seed can also be used against you, obviously, because it's like you don't know whether you're being deceived or whether not. Like I growing up, I believed the carrot thing. Okay, mom believed that it was just like one of those things. Eat your carrots, it'll help with your eyes. You know.
Well, yeah. I mean, my grandmother thought she needed laxatives all the time, but marketing does that.
Well, have we ever looked through that PDF called The Crowds? You and I.
Probably not because I work an insane amount and I haven't even had time to read that last thing you typed. I should go do that at some point. What were they demanding of me right now? What did they need me to send? Oh yes, that report. Okay, let me send this real quick and then I'll be back with you.
That's fine. Take your time.
All that beeping was them saying, "Hey, can you send me this? Hey, can you send
Yeah,
me that?"
I knew it was that. Beep, beep, beep.
Yeah. Oh, so tomorrow is going to be so much fun. If I don't join anybody tomorrow, or if I join and I'm super quiet, don't be offended because not only am I helping out 3 teams, but I've got to step in and make sure one of the new trainers is good to go. So I have to step in and watch like his presentation while somebody else is out while helping 3 teams. so it's gonna be fun.
No, it's fine. I understand. Whew. Ah, shit. Gotta go before there's a. Da.
You make sure that there's none there before I tell them they can all clear that and kick that program off. I hate that I have to do it every single day, though. Okay, yes, you are good. That is clear. You can run your program. Okay.
You know what? You've earned everything you have. Be proud of that. I know you
I
are, but I just figured I'd
it
tell
was a
you.
long way up. I started out ridiculously poor.
Yep. I mean, when my parents and I lived in Italy, we were extremely poor too, right? My dad went from one job to the other. Uh, it was just very bad, right? We used to live like at a small carton of milk. Like those carton of milks you got in school. That was supposed to last a week for us.
Have you heard me talk to Kat?
Uh, Cat, the trans person.
Kat Cienfuego? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not in a while, but what's
Okay. No, I was gonna say I probably talked to Kat about things I don't talk to other people about. Um, but like, yeah, we've traded talk about that. Like, when I say I was poor, I mean like I probably spent more time in a one like an efficiency apartment or a hotel room than I have in any other type of housing growing up. I see what else. I lived off of potatoes for over a year, like nothing but potatoes.
wow.
And even then, like we would run out. Um, and I would have no food for like a week or 2 weeks, unless the nice lady at the gas station noticed, and then I would have some. Um, Bread and butter was considered a treat. That was a treat because that was something I didn't get to have often. Um, like when I say I experienced everything in my childhood, I mean it. Like I was always poor growing up, but I went from like the big full house with extended family. Um, I've had the family, just the immediate family, like my parents and my siblings. I've had just my siblings and my mom. I've had just me and one of my siblings and my dad. I lived with just me and my dad for a while. And my parents were never divorced, but they may as well have been at certain points. So like, I mean, like I've experienced all of it. It's weird.
Hmm.
It's very strange.
I'm sorry. I
Lots of
mean,
love and a ridiculous amount of chaos and some trauma, but that's life.
yeah.
It
I
taught me to be
mean,
grateful. I will forever be thankful that I grew up poor because that is one thing I've noticed, right? Like you can take somebody who's from like a wealthier family and you can take them to like Disneyland and they will find 500 bajillion things to complain about. Like you could have taken me and my sisters to the park with some popcorn and I was like ecstatic, right? Like, I just so
yeah.
in a way I think it taught me a lot and I think I'm grateful for a lot more than I would have been otherwise.
No, I definitely, yeah. Uh, for me, I was, when we lived in Italy, we were poor. After we came here, there were a few years to where my dad when my dad got his foot in the door, right? He was working. He was working for other people in the pizzeria, and I will admit that we were, my sister and I were kind of spoiled after we came to America, and my mom and dad started making money, right? But but what like but I don't want I don't want to say I don't want to say I became spoiled, although I, like, you know what I mean. Like, yeah, I was spoiled, but it didn't turn me into an asshole. If that makes sense.
Right. Well, I mean, obviously, Super Munchkin didn't grow up the way that I grew up, right? And I
Yeah.
would say that she's definitely a little spoiled, especially being an only child, right? But she knows, like, at the same time she knows she's still very grateful, and B, she's the child who will give up her brand new most favorite thing ever if she thinks it makes somebody else happy. And so
I mean,
can't can't be too upset about it.
honestly, there, like, yeah, I didn't. I had a computer. I had food. I had whatever, but I didn't have love, right? Like, you could give somebody all the material possessions in the world, but if there's no love, then it's like what's the point? You know? I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of grateful the way I grew up, but at the same
Well,
time, it,
it's
go
both
ahead.
ways though, right? It's both ways because love doesn't, it doesn't save you from any, well, I mean, it does and it doesn't. Don't get me wrong, my dad was my best friend, and I would say I'm pretty close to my family. But and there was definitely a lot of love in my family, a lot of love. But there was also so much chaos and so much craziness, and at times, particularly with certain people, like insurmountable resentment. And so I would say that they're all human and they all did the best they could, but not a single one of us escaped without some severe trauma to work through.
I mean, definitely. My mom and dad had their own trauma, which affected them. They always said, "Oh, you think you had it bad? Well, we had it worse. We had it worse than you. You know what I mean? But I mean, objectively, they did, right? The shit my mom went through, really, nobody should go through, right? It was just horrible. At the same time, wait, but at the same time, to be like, oh, you think you got it bad? Well, we had it worse. Okay, so how is it? This isn't a competition, honey. You know what I mean? So just because somebody had it worse, that means your pain doesn't matter. Like, you know what I'm trying to say? Yeah, whatever. That's all in the past anyway.
No, I get what you're saying. Like, if that's the worst that somebody has experienced, even if it's not your worst, it doesn't make it less than the worst they've ever experienced.
Yep. It's funny. It's funny. Some people out there are like, "Well, why are you diminishing my experience by talking about how bad yours was? Like, you're diminishing. It's fucking stupid."
Because it's not a competition and one compares to show that they can relate.
Yep. But apparently every time I do it, it's like, well, you're not being very empathetic, and you're making it about you rather than the person. Okay, well then, fuck you. I don't want to relate to you. Sorry, I don't mean to be Okay, let me see who says something. I'm playing Minecraft. Great, Great Lakes State Destroyer. Were the potatoes at least prepared in different ways, or was it was it a year of raw potatoes?
No, probably a lot of like baked potatoes and fried potatoes and mashed potatoes.
Ah,
But my favorite of those three, I don't know. I probably went back and forth between baked potatoes and fried potatoes a lot because I love fried potatoes, but baked potatoes are less work. And it is ingrained in me now. It is ingrained in me. Fried potatoes, homemade fried potatoes, are actually my comfort food. If I'm really bored or if I need to cook something and I have no idea what to make, I will literally go in there and fry some potatoes for
nice.
real. So like it is ingrained in me now.
You got a bit of Irish in you, don't you?
Sometimes if I don't want just fried potatoes, I will season it with some powdered mustard and some sage and a shit ton of chili powder, and it actually comes out really good.
Speaking of chili powder, I should probably make chili one of these days. Like again, I only made chili once. Think of it, I should probably make those other recipes again.
I got
Meatloaf. Go ahead.
I got good at making simple recipes, like super simple, like not very expensive recipes. That
I mean,
to
I
this
got good, I
day,
got good at making noodles. Pasta.
well, see, and that's great. Pasta to this day, super munchkin. She says she calls it mom's pasta, and she always asks me to make it. And honestly, it's the simplest thing because one day I just threw it together from shit I actually had in the kitchen because I didn't want to go shopping. And now it's one of her favorite dishes. But literally, I just make some farfalle noodles, some bow tie noodles,
Nice.
and then I cut up some squash and orange bell pepper and broccoli, and I stir fry that, and then I mix it all together with some Alfredo sauce, and she just loves it. She's like, "Yes, I want that," and she calls it mom's pasta.
Your daughter is weird.
It's so funny. I'll be like, "Do you want me to go buy you some pasta?" She's like, "Can you just make pasta?" Fine. She was a weird kid though. Like she only recently started liking pizza until and she's 17. So like until this year she did not like pizza. Not even when she was little. She'd be like, "I want mushroom pizza," and I'd order mushroom pizza. And she'd eat all the mushrooms and then be like, "I want another piece." And I'd be like, "You weirdo, you just wanted why didn't you just ask me for mushrooms?"
That is weird.
I'd be like, "What do you want for dinner?" And she'd be like, "I want squash and broccoli and okra." I'm like, "Okay." Sounds good to me, I guess.
Yep.
Asparagus is my favorite, actually. I love asparagus.
By the way, thanks for joining the stream.
Of course. What is your favorite comfort food from childhood? I
My
told you mine.
my favorite comfort food is, I guess, ice cream. Although I like pizza as well, so
See,
you
I
know.
would say my favorite comfort food is fry bread because I love fry bread. It's a good dessert. It's good with your meal. It's good with everything. I love a great fry bread. But I have to go with fried potatoes because I love fried potatoes.
No, look,
And if
I
I,
love potatoes. Okay, I love potatoes as well. Right? Tater tots, French fries, uh, hash browns.
no, I don't mean like deep fried potatoes. Like if you are dipping it all the way in the oil, you've already messed up, in my opinion. They're not
Mm,
supposed to be completely submerged. If you don't completely submerge them, if you just put them in a frying pan where the oil is is just enough to go about halfway up the potatoes. Um, and then you just wait till they get golden brown and you flip them and you wait till they get golden brown again, right? Like they're crispy on the outside and soft on the inside and they're super, super good. And those are homemade fried potatoes and they're way better than French fries and stuff like that.
By the way, by the way, Bro Joe, you can come on the stream if you want. There are no people you can't stand, so you can come on. Bro Joe would not join any live stream if if Will Kincaid is on there. I don't blame him. I'm just
Well,
about it.
to be fair, I'm here, and for all we know, he can only stand me on certain days.
uh, uh, do, 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 do. You know, one of these days, I want to bake cookies and send you some. I mean, they'll probably taste like shit, to be honest. But this will be my first try. But you know,
Well, don't send me any chocolate chip.
all right, you don't like chocolate chip?
I don't like chocolate chip cookies. I don't. It's weird
Uh,
if you take the chocolate chip cookie dough and you don't put chocolate chips in it. I like it.
okay,
I also like chocolate, but when you put the chocolate chips in the cookie dough, I no longer like it.
okay.
No.
So, question: do you like peanut butter cookies?
Yes.
Hmm.
My
Okay.
favorite are probably skillet cookies.
Hmm.
I also like plain stuff. Like I like shortbread cookies, just the plain shortbread cookies. I like those.
Hey, yo, you guys coming or what? Hey, forget about it.
Like my sister used to call them old people cookies, and she would laugh at me because I would
Old
get them
people.
constantly. What were they called? Sandies.
Old people
I would
cookies.
always go buy Sandies, these like shortbread pecan cookies, and I would get ginger snaps, and she would tell me how that I was an old lady. And she would come out with
What
like
the fuck?
chocolate chip cookies and Oreos, and I'd be like, "You're gross," and she'd be like, "You're old," and I'd be like, "Okay, fair." Oh my god, she actually depantsed me in that store one time.
What?
Oh, it's a complete accident. So we are brand new in this town, right? We have gone on a total of one walk, and that is because I showed up on my first day there, and she had been there for about a week, my big sister. And I was like, okay, so have you met anybody yet? And she was like, no. I was like, what do you mean no? What have you been doing? She's like, I've just been hanging around the house and running errands, or maybe it was 2 weeks. And I was like, fuck that, go change. And she's like, why? And I was like, because we're going on a walk. She's like, right now? I was like, right fucking now. So she's like, why? And I was like, because we're going to meet people. And she was like, that's not how you meet people. And I was like, whatever. So we went for a walk, and then we met her first group of friends. Anyway.
Hello, 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 hello,
Hey,
Hillary's
Hillary.
emails.
Well, hello.
So later that evening, we had run by the store to grab something, and I don't even remember what it was. And I was wearing these pants that had a back pocket, but the back pocket Velcroed shut. Okay? And these pants have like the drawstring. They're not like a button zipper, they have like the drawstring. And it was a skater outfit. I can't explain it except that it was brown
It
and
was a
lime
skater
green.
boy. She said, "Keep it." I forget the song, but go
Anyway, point being, we're walking out of the store. We had just paid, and we were fixing to walk out of the store, and I'm like 2 steps ahead of her. And she goes to put the receipt in my back pocket, but she forgets there's Velcro there.
Mm-hmm.
So when she meets resistance, she literally just depants me. She just depants me in the middle of the fucking store.
That must have been.
Did you
so
make some
goddamn
friends that way?
What?
She said that she hadn't met anybody. I said, did you make some friends that way?
We had made her friends earlier that day.
Oh, okay.
I will say that unbeknownst to me, there was a worker who witnessed that, who then was determined to get my number 4 days later.
Woo-hoo, yeah.
What the fuck?
No, apparently I weirded him out even more though when he came to because he never got my number. He was determined to get my number, but he never got my number. And I guess he had seen me out walking one day, and he saw the house I walked into. Because I'm getting ready to go to my grandma's house because I have plans with my grandma. Yes, I was weird. I loved hanging out with my grandma, okay? I loved hanging out with her. We would play cards, we would drink coffee,
that's
and
not
my
really
grandma
weird.
would act like a teenager, okay?
That's not weird.
She was so much fun. Anyway, so I'm getting ready to go to my grandma's house. I'm just going to walk down to her house. And there's this knock at the door, and I open the door, and there's this guy that I don't know. I've seen him a couple of times at the school. I've seen him around town. I know one of his friends in the car, but I don't really know him. And he's like, "Hey," and I'm like, "Hey," and he's like, "We're all gonna go down to the lake," and he named the person I knew, and he was like, "So and so's with us," and I was like, "Okay." He's like, "We're gonna go to the lake," and I was like, "Cool, have fun." He was like, "We were just wondering if you wanted to come with us," and I was like, "That's really cool. That's nice and all, and maybe another day, but not right now." And he was like, "Do you have plans?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm going to go hang out with my grandma." And he just looked at me and he's like, "Really?" And I was like, "Really?" He's like, "You don't want to go to the lake with us?" And I was like, "No, I want to go hang out with my grandma, but I'll see you later."
Yeah, that would have been a huge ego deflator. Dang, trying to get a date and she'd rather hang out with her grandma.
I didn't know the guy. I'm like,
right.
What? Are we just gonna...
I'm with you. Yeah. No, my mom and my grandma are the two most special people, most precious people in the world to me.
Wish I could say the same.
Yeah.
That grandmother is the reason Super Munchkin, we called her Joy Joy when she was little. She didn't go by her first name. She went by a short version of one of her two middle names.
Mm-hmm.
Because it came from her.
Happy, happy, joy, joy. Happy, happy, joy, joy, joy.
Of course, I'm sure you can guess what Joy is short for, obviously.
Sure. Jocelyn?
No, close. It's an old name. It was my grandmother's middle name. Oh, I'll give you a hint. Have you seen Stranger Things?
I have, but it's been a long time. I saw the first 2 seasons.
Look up the mom's character.
Is it Joyce?
Bingo! That is the first of her second middle names. It's her initials are AJDW, and J is Joyce. My grandmother was Naomi Joyce.
I don't know what the D stands for, but don't tell me now.
Bro, Joe, don't you want to come on?
Well, there might not be a topic that he feels he could contribute. That's why sometimes I don't join. There's nothing I could add. You guys are doing great.
I mean, I'm glad you're here anyways.
Yep.
I am kind of here myself.
Oh, that's okay. We still love you.
What the hell are they talking about? All right, no, you're going to redo this because this is ridiculous. Anyway.
I mean, I do, Brojo, come on. I want to hear. Let me start again. I want to hear about your experience on the transatlantic show.
Oh, Brojo went on too.
That is a show
Yes,
I
he
have
did.
never seen. But Brojo is awesomeness.
Yes, that's why. Dojo, come on. I do want to hear about your experience on there.
You want to hear about your trans experience?
Also, Hillary's private chat.
Okay. Thank you. It's a very pretty name.
There is no private chat. Da da da.
Well, there's no Hillary's emails either. I'm a vast right-wing conspiracy. Yeah, that's a very pretty name. Her first and third are both very pretty.
But I hope so. It was a fucking battle naming her. Dear God, that was a fight. A long, long, drawn out fucking battle is what that was.
Between you and whom?
Her dad.
Many lives were lost. There was a war between two
Yeah.
tribes.
We almost, oh my goodness. I think the only reason we agreed on a first name is because we're both very stubborn, and he kept throwing out more traditional names, and I kept throwing out very not traditional names, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And there was like not a meeting in the middle, and if she was a boy, I knew that one of her middle names, either way, the child was going to have 4 names, but
Yeah.
one of the middle names was going to be Atticus. And so I had made
like
a play
that
off
name.
of,
Atticus.
yeah. So we were fighting one day, and I think I had thrown out the name Adelaide, and he was like, absolutely not. And so I had shortened it and played off of Atticus, and then he didn't like that either. Then he was giving me some like traditional Swedish name, and I was like, fuck no. And my older sister was sitting there, and she was like listening to us go through this for like the 600th time. And she's like just scrolling, and she stops, and she's like, this sounds like a mix of both of those. And we looked at each other, and we were like, sold. And then the rest of the name was a fight, and then the spelling was a fight, everything was a fight.
Wow.
But she came out with a good name, so ha.
Yep.
And also thank goodness for my big sister. Would you ever name your child like the second or the third or the fourth or something like that?
I mean, if you're talking about Midnight the First, just not to use my real name. I mean, yeah, I guess.
See, I would not. I might do something like have either the same first name or the same middle name, or I might be creative and give them the same initials. But I don't think I would give my kid the same name as somebody else. I just wouldn't do it. No.
Diversity is our strength.
Never mind. I shouldn't. That would not be nice.
Well, what?
I was going to tell a story about how my other grandma was petty, but that's not nice.
I mean, up to you.
Well, I'll just shorten it and make it really light so she it comes out not so bad. But my grandmother, for a short period of time, was furious at my mom because, oh wait, hold on, I don't want to say her name. Her initials are EJ. Okay. My grandmother's initials were CE. So the E is important here. All right. CEEJ. All right. My mom always loved the J name, which is what my sister's middle name, and that's what she went by growing up. Hold on.
Everyone's still here?
I am.
Oh. I guess Pixie, yeah, okay, I guess Pixie got busy. That's fine. So, Hillary, how was your day?
I slept.
Nice. That's good.
Sorry, I was being picked on because I'm still working. And somebody else doesn't want to go to the store. Anyway, what was I saying?
About the grandma.
Oh, yes. So CEEJ. But she went by J. Anyway, my grandmother was very petty, and she was furious at my mom because my mom didn't choose GE or JE. She chose EJ instead of JE.
Yeah, that's pretty
Yeah.
petty.
This would be a lot less
How petty
confusing,
is that?
fair. But yeah, that is pretty petty, I guess.
I thought that was petty. I'm just saying. And she would bring it up, like, even years later, even, like, as an adult. She'd look at my mom sometimes, and she'd be like, I still think it should have been JE. And my mom would be like, well, it's EJ, so there. I'm trying to remember why I was sending this book. Well, I know why I'm sending it back to them and being like, no, start over, but I'm trying to figure out how to word it.
Word it like Serb does. This is trash. Get good, noobs.
Yeah, I don't think that that's acceptable. that's not an acceptable note to leave.
Well, I mean, I think Serb just likes to get shit done without having excuses. He's like, "What needs to be done? Okay, done. I'll do it." No.
Yeah. He's very direct and to the point.
Yep. He's someone to admire.
Have we talked about the non-reality of our local existence?
You mean non-locality?
Whichever. I think the way that I read it, the way I said it, was accurate also. that even at the local, like the apple on the table, the individual like subatomic particles had indeterminate states, but when you amalgamate everything together and statistically average them, then the apple is there.
Yeah.
And that is someone typing, but it was not midnight, Jill. Do you want Jill to come in? Jill's always fun.
You know
Oh,
what,
I'm
Jill?
still working. My apologies. I'm still working, and I thought I was muted.
No, that's fine. You know what, Jill? If you want to come on, fine. I don't care. It's like 12. Well, it's like 11:30.
1:30.
It's yeah. So go ahead, come on in and have fun.
Jill is always fun.
Yeah. But if Pixie says you gotta go, you gotta go. So
Yep. Pixie's the queen.
Hey, this is not my channel. It's none of my business
Yeah,
who's on.
but we still bow down and worship of you.
okay, that's not.
Lies.
Come on, Jill. Come on, here, boy. Here, here, boy. Here, boy. Come on, come on. So I'm curious. Does prognosis come? Does diagnosis come before prognosis? Check.
How can you have a prognosis before you diagnose something? That
I
makes
don't
no
know.
sense.
That's. I think that's something he believes in, and Jay Pasek even did
Right,
a
I'm
stream on
familiar.
it.
I've seen the
It's
streams. Yeah.
yeah.
But it's funny how people can be intellectually dishonest with themselves and try to make it work rather than just accepting reality.
I mean, I am constantly trying to figure it out whether my beliefs are delusions or not. But here's the thing. A lot of people don't realize. Bond calling a black. That's. I wasn't. I wasn't
Come
trying
on
to be
in, boy.
racist.
Come in, boy.
Well, yeah, but what the fuck was I saying? Oh yeah. I try to. I'm always thinking, wondering. Okay, is what I believe delusions? Because I've been called delusional my entire life by everybody I've met. Okay,
Mhm.
nearly everybody I've met. So I'm always like, okay, well, what are delusions? False beliefs. How do I determine whether I have a false belief? Is me questioning my beliefs itself a false belief?
No.
I don't know. I've gone insane in my head these past few years.
Well, we're all a little bit insane, but no, questioning your beliefs is not a delusion. But accepting reality on face value is definitely a delusion.
But you know what? You know what's interesting. I don't know. Some people might disagree with this, but this is what psychology says. That when we think of hallucinations, we think of seeing things that are not there, right? Things to hearing things. But here's the thing: those types of hallucinations are uncontrolled, right? But there is the controlled hallucination to where to where to where you see the world to where you see the world. Wow, I am fumbling with explaining this concept. Anyways, never mind.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to ask, is it important for you to explain it? You
I
might just
mean,
want to state your position and not explain it, and most people probably understand.
okay. Well, my position, based on what I'm reading, based on what I've read, is that we have controlled hallucinations, and uncontrolled hallucinations, those are the ones that usually people think about, right? The
Right.
uncontrolled ones, so to ones to where they see things that aren't there, like I don't know, Pennywise in the corner of your eye. They hear things that aren't there. Those are uncontrolled
Right.
hallucinations. Jill, are you coming or not? Because I'm fumbling with my words here, and I hate it when I do that.
Okay, you were good. Controlled and uncontrolled. Uncontrolled are the ones that people usually think of. So, do you want to give an example of controlled hallucination?
What we see right now, right? I am
Hmm.
here. I am here talking to you and Pixie, right? This is something all three of us can agree that we are experiencing at the same time.
Yes. What I call the communal subjective.
Yes. Jill, are you coming on or not? Come on, come on, come on.
Come here, boy. Come on. Give you a Snoopy stack. I'm curious which rule Veckel violated.
Well, I mean, and where's Becco's not even here, so what? Why are you
Yeah,
bringing him up?
yeah, it's a random
I'm
statement that he
confused.
made.
Jill, on stream now, now. Come on,
Maybe
now.
he's just sore because we all like Feckle more than him.
No disagreement there.
Jill is kind of the king or queen of non sequiturs. He'll just come out with a statement that has
Oh,
nothing to do
here
with
you
the
go. He's
science.
on. He's on. He's on.
Ooh, sweet.
Yep. Here we go. Have fun, Hillary's. He's your chew toy.
Okay, thank you. So,
Yeah.
which rule did Veckel violate?
What's going on? You talking to me?
Yeah, which rule did Veckel violate?
What rule did he violate?
You typed Veckel question mark shake my head. He violated a rule in his cult. So, which rule?
Oh no, I was referring to Midnight's racism. Yeah, you can't say that about black people. You know that goes
But
against
you,
the rule of your cult of liberalism, liberal
well, why
Marxism.
did you write Veckel then?
Oh, I don't know. I read. I was just reading the chat, and someone said that he called a black guy a boy. So I figured he was talking about Beckel.
Oh no, he said it to you. He
No,
said,
what
"Come
the
here, boy."
fuck?
Since Beckel's
Yeah.
the only black guy in this community.
Okay, I like that.
No, I would be considered black to you guys.
Oh, not to
To
me,
you.
probably.
Yeah. So who's that? Is that a family portrait you got there, Hillary?
No, it's just a funny painting that I found.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
It triggers a lot of people.
Oh, it doesn't trigger me. It doesn't trigger the Bible either.
Right, I know.
So what's going on, guys? What are we talking
Nothing.
about
I
today?
just felt like having a stream, and Pixie came on, then Hillary's
Yeah,
came on, then you came on. You know.
let's see. Yeah, I saw you went live, so let me pop in here.
Yeah. Well, you know.
I
Good. I mean,
would ask
I
Jill
thought.
what he thinks about the non-reality of our local experience, but I'm sure that he's not equipped to do
Non-locality.
that.
You keep. You keep.
No, if you read it, it says the non-reality of our local also. Because of that, the subatomic particles flashing in and out of existence or being an indeterminate state. So yes, it's also non-local is a different issue. That has to do with the ability to communicate over large distances instantaneously.
Yeah, that's quantum entanglement.
Yeah.
Oh, someone's been reading some books.
Yep.
Yeah. I actually thought this was Hillary's channel.
Why would you think that?
My mic too loud. It feels like my pulse is like extra bigger than you guys' pulse.
The fuck are you talking about? Are you
Your
brain
pulse is
damaged?
bigger than
The
our
pulse, yeah.
pulse.
That somebody turned my mic all the way up. I never did that. Sorry about that. All right, I don't know how that happened.
Okay.
All right,
You
that's
are
better.
you alright, Jill?
I've never had a bad day in my life. I actually thought this was Hillary's channel because I actually wanted to challenge him on something, but it's theologically based, so I didn't want to bore you with
I
Bible
mean,
talk.
go ahead. I don't give a fuck. I'm playing Nier Automata right now. Do whatever.
Yeah, what's the challenge, Jill?
Yeah, so I heard you in a previous stream say that you believed Paul was a Gnostic, and then you
Right, I wrote
request.
that to you. I wrote to you, yeah, because you were going on about all that, and I said that the definition of Gnostic is as someone who experiences the divine, so they have experiential knowledge instead of just theoretical. And since Paul was blinded in God's presence on the road to Damascus, that makes him a Gnostic. He personally experienced God.
Oh, I
Please
see. So
continue.
you were just using it in a arbitrary,
No,
mundane
not
sense.
arbitrary. It was very clear, very
But that can mean
definitional.
any religion, right? As someone who experiences God, that can be a claim from any
Sure,
religion. Okay.
sure.
All right. I thought you were promoting the
No, I'm not.
1980 liberal scholarship that Paul,
No, no, I
Gnosticism
wasn't.
was the. Okay.
No, I wasn't speaking to the heretical sects, and that was my issue. Is you were pointing to the heretical sects and claiming that because they were Gnostic, that was what made them wrong, and it wasn't the Gnosticism; it was the heresy that caused the problem, and that was all that I was trying to point out
Right. So where did you get that definition of Gnostic?
from Greek.
From Greek.
Yeah, gnosis,
Okay.
direct experience, experiential knowledge.
I see. So that's just the literal definition of the word rather than
Yes,
its historical definition. Okay.
yeah,
I see. Words are not univocal, right? Or univocal.
that's true.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, if you'd actually read what I say, you and I are normally in agreement, but for some reason you always take it like it's disagreement.
Well, in the side chat, all I see
Right.
is 3 words, right? Or 4.
Oh, okay.
Paul was a Gnostic. Like, whoa. So
Right. But I expanded on it. I gave the definition. I showed why he meets the definition.
no, the
Dan
stream was
straight.
over after that. I don't know if you
No,
kept typing, but I thought that was it. I thought you couldn't leave anymore. So I left.
no, it was all there. Dan straight saw it and said that he thought that you would agree also, but you didn't agree. So you must have either not been reading all the comments
Oh
or
yeah.
something. I don't know.
Probably. Yeah. So are you a part of the Skull and Bones cult?
Unfortunately, no.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, because I would be able to bring them down from the inside.
Bring who down?
Skull and Bones, the members.
You've been watching too many old Batman films.
You're right.
Nah, you can totally do it, Hillary's. I believe in you.
Oh, thank you, Midnight.
Just make sure you bring your utility belt. And you can be Robin Midnight.
Why
Seem
the
like you
fuck
like
would I?
it. You seem like you prefer tights anyway.
No.
Green, lime green, neon,
Hilarious.
neon, neon leggings. Oh man, I cracked myself up. What time is it? It's been pretty uneventful twilight hours since Prey stopped streaming. He worked
I
on his book.
mean, didn't Jay Pesci kick your ass?
This was my utility belt, Jill.
Oh,
That was my Batman utility belt.
I see.
Hang on a sec. Hang on a sec.
Yeah.
Solo. There we go. Holy shit.
Is
Nice.
that a 38? No, that's
No, they're both 40s.
40. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Okay.
one on the left is the Glock 22, and the one on the right is the 23. They're both 40
Yeah.
calibers.
Oh wow. Is that actually yours, or you just?
Yes, that's
Oh,
my
okay.
foot in the photo
Yeah. Well, what's the cuffs for?
for arresting people.
Oh, you're a police officer.
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't know that.
yeah.
I thought you guys only had to carry the standard, like, what is it, a Glock?
Well, actually, here it's whatever you qualify with, as long as it meets a certain caliber.
Oh, okay.
But
I
yeah,
thought I thought all police officers.
no. In New
Have
York
to
City,
carry.
in New York City they do that. In Texas, they don't. And they're not issued to us either. We have to buy all of that. I had to purchase all of that.
I think it's the 22, right?
Yeah, the Model 22 on the left, and then the 23 on the right. It's a half-inch shorter.
So in New York they have to. I guess so, because I'm from New York and I always see them with the same gun. So I guess that's why.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know you was a police officer.
Yeah.
So you do high crime area still, or did you get out of the?
No, I'm in a very nice suburb.
Yeah. It must mean you must have been on the force for a while.
Yeah.
It
Why do you laugh?
No, it's just funny because when you start out, they put you in like the worst neighborhoods when really you
That's
should be
true.
in an easier you should be in an
Yeah,
easier environment.
I was in the crack bowl of Houston. Yeah, it was MLK and Zelensky, the
That's
very
just kind of
worst.
weird to me, right? You would think it would be the opposite, right? Like the more experienced guys would do the
Yeah, but
patrolling in the hood.
but they'll leave and go to a different department if they got stuck in a shitty area. But like the new guys, I mean, they're getting all
Don't
that
have a
quick on the
choice.
job training. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Well, God bless you, man.
thank you.
Not an easy job. Yeah. So
Nope.
I wouldn't do it for $1 million a year. Now, for $1 million a year, I wouldn't do it. So, hats off to you. And I'm saying that even if I only had to answer domestic
Right,
violence calls, I'm still saying
right.
I'm still not doing it. That and firemen. Firemen, I have a lot of respect for.
Mm.
I'm not doing that. Sorry. Not running towards a fire burning building. Sorry. Unless unless a loved one is trapped in it. Call me selfish as you want. I'm not a hero, I guess.
Mm.
I don't have the martyr spirit.
Oh, he's being decent enough that I could have said something kind of quippy and funny there, but I would have felt bad.
When no one laughed.
I mean, she didn't even say anything.
I didn't say the quippy funny thing. I said I could have, but I actually would have felt bad because you're being somewhat decent, so I didn't say it.
You would have felt bad when no one laughed.
No, we would have
What were you,
left.
what were you, what were you saying earlier about Jay Pasick Midnight? He beat me
And
up.
well, yeah, for the stream that that Hillary saw.
He did a stream.
Yeah, the prognosis versus diagnosis.
Oh yeah. Oh god. How desperate.
How was Jill?
Did a stream on prognosis.
Every day, I thank God I'm not you, and I'm an atheist.
I know you're an atheist. That's fine. When you become a Christian, you might look up to me. Just so funny. What do you mean?
Oh my God!
So what? So what? JJ Passing did a video. Now, if you want to know this entire story, you have to read the comment feeds. Now, I'm one
Yeah,
to.
I'm not gonna do that. It's TLDR.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck.
Well, then I would
Okay,
just
I
say
no longer feel bad. You may not have a martyr spirit, but you definitely have a martyr complex. I'd check on that if I were you.
yes, yes. All Christians have a martyr complex. Yes, that's ingrained in us from the very beginning, before you were born.
Oh, you mean indoctrination? Got it.
No, we mean predestination. Close, close, but
If you were a Christian, you'd look up to me.
yeah,
I can't.
we
I
all
can't.
have the same spirit,
I fucking can't.
one God, one spirit,
Oh.
one Lord, one faith. All the faiths will take you straight to hell in a hand basket, in a Louis Vuitton basket.
Yeah, I definitely don't feel bad now. Thanks.
Jill, thanks for joining. That just thank you. Uh,
So did he name the video prognosis versus diagnosis? We got him now. Or how did that nothing burger taste? I'm just curious.
It's not about that. It's about the way you like double down over the dumbest shit, which like destroys your credibility and other things too. It's
Right. I
so
guarantee you
weird
don't know both sides of the
because
story.
you have this like need to be like
What was my argument?
undefeated and win every time.
Watch this, guys. What was my argument? Dump bomb.
You argued that you have a prognosis based on the symptoms, and then you get diagnosed, and then you have a prognosis of treatment. But
No,
that's just
that's not my
ridiculous.
argument. So if you want the actual argument instead of what you created or what J May created, then you have to read the actual feed. Now I'm going to keep sending every time he
Or what you
responds.
typed.
I'm going to keep sending. I can read it for you if you'd like. Every time he types another response to try to harp on this nothing burger, I'm just going to keep sending the same answer so that he can straw man. But I see he still did straw man. So there you go. That's an atheist for you. That's an atheist for you. Can't trust everything you read on CNN, on CNN's website. Liberal. You should have learned that at least the past 3 years if you were paying close attention. Never trust a liberal, even if you're a liberal. I got Pew Research polls to support that idea. Never trust an atheist. Even an atheist, never trust an atheist. Never trust a liberal when they tell you something. Okay, Midnight? Fact check them every single time, even if they have a PhD, as we learned the past 3 years. Right? Right, Hillary? Hillary knows he's a police officer. Hands up, don't shoot, right? Hillary knows.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
knows exactly what I'm talking about. Never trust a liberal. I don't care if they write for the New York Times, the New York Slimes. I don't care if they write for the Washington Compost. I don't care if they're a professor at a university, they have a PhD. Don't trust them. I don't care if they make videos or prognosis versus diagnosis.
Yeah, you reminded me. I really like Mark Levin. It's been a while since I've listened to him.
Oh man, yeah, he's a legend. Mark Levin is a legend. Did they kick him off of YouTube yet?
I don't know.
I know they kicked Don Bongino off, didn't they?
That's what he said. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why I haven't been getting any notifications.
Yeah, I'm gonna read my response that I have a template for it because I'm just gonna keep posting it over and over again. And he can make all the videos he wants. He won't show you this response, that's for sure. Uh, so just like you weren't using the correct terminology or the popular terminology, you were using a definition of the word Gnostic,
Hmm.
right? That
Right.
wasn't traditionally used,
Well,
but just a
traditionally,
literal definition,
no, I
right?
disagree. It was traditionally used, but it's not contemporarily used.
Contemporarily, right?
Yeah.
So, likewise, I was using the word prognosis in a general sense, not in a medical terminology sense.
Mm.
And I just called it a guess. So the doctor is guessing by saying you have whooping cough, or that's the symptoms, or that's more likely sounds like.
Hmm.
Uh, that's all. And he took that as, oh, he said prognosis becomes diagnosis. Shut up, liberal. It's a nothing burger. But I'll get you my response. I'm looking for it now. I'm just going to keep sending it to him.
Your favorite
But
insult? Shut up, liberal. Like honestly, it's
you
lost all
win.
meaning after a while.
If that's your victory, then you won. I mean, yeah, that's it. I mean, yeah.
I mean, I'm asking you. Like,
What's that?
is that your only thing? Shut up, liberal.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. It just stuck, you know.
No, 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 no. He also likes go get your husband.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
Oh
not
yeah.
married. I'm not married, so you can't
that
say
was a
that
good
to
one.
me. And I'm not a woman, so
We can find you a husband, Midnight. Don't worry.
I mean, I'd rather. I mean, I'd rather have a wife, like either either cis or trans. So I'm not picky.
Well, it sounds like you're a little bit picky.
Fair enough. Okay, either cis or femboy. Is that better?
Okay, that sounds good.
Remind me of a girl that I once knew. I see her face whenever I love.
All right, so here's my comment. Midnight.
Hang on,
I'm
let
not,
me screen share.
no, I'm not gonna screen share.
Okay,
You don't have to screen share it. I could just read it. Um,
thank God for that.
no, I was responding to someone. I don't know if this is Nikolai. I think it's
Todd with
Nikolai,
Todd.
but
Who's Todd? Huh?
um,
Okay, well,
anyway,
if
I
you're
was
not screen
responding.
sharing, are people gonna
All
how's
right,
anyone
I'll
gonna
screen
see?
share it. Give me a second here. All right, want me to screen share? I was just gonna read it really quickly. And I told him I'm just going to keep sending the same response. You won. I didn't use the correct medical terminology, but I guess he's got to take and make a video to prove that he got you. All right. So the idea was is that um, that's funny, right? The idea
No,
was
you're funny.
yeah, I am. The
Yeah.
idea was is that I supposedly showed up at a hospital and is using the bad terminology, therefore costing people their lives. You know, sort of like a scare, I guess, a red scare. How do I minimize this? What the heck? Can you see that? Hold on.
Well, why don't you just
Can you
go?
see
Why
that?
don't you just go to the fucking thread itself rather than
That is the
looking?
thread.
Well,
All right. So the idea was is that I
oh, it's
used
on
the
a
wrong
short.
term.
It's on a
Yeah, it was from
short.
yeah. They just bombed my short like the with this comment about prognosis versus diagnosis. I'm like, wow, it's 50 comments and I only got like 20 views. But this is how desperate the liberal is for victory. So I gave him his nothing burger victory. I used the wrong term. I did not use the medically correct term. Shoot me. All right, so I said, who showed up at the hospital demanding doctors use my words? Right, because that was the charge. You can't use those words because if a doctor hears you say that, well, if he's a doctor, he's going to know I'm using.
Yeah.
But anyway, I said when a layman comes to my IEP meeting and then later calls it a parent teacher conference, I don't suggest that she's describing the process of a parent teacher conference. So Jay's Nothing Burger straw man was suggesting that I was describing that an actual prognosis can take place before a diagnosis. What I was describing was not a prognosis or a diagnosis. I was describing when a doctor simply says, hey, that sounds like, or those are the symptoms of, which is neither a diagnosis nor a prognosis. But I digress. And I called it an initial prognosis, which was not the medically correct term. But that's not to say that I thought a prognosis comes before a diagnosis. Bum, 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 bum. It's a nothing burger. You see, when you sit down and actually think about it, what he's saying, and break it down, you realize that he just contrived some controversy where there need not be any. All right, so
Joe,
I'm
this
sure you
is.
have 5 more ways to say that, but can we stop at this one?
Hmm.
yeah, yeah. So
Well,
if
thanks.
she, well, let me finish reading the comment first. So if she
Okay.
describes what happens during the IEP meeting and not the parent teacher conference, we don't stress the fact that she used the wrong teacher correct or educationally correct language. So she's describing the process of an IEP meeting. Just because she called it something wrong or something else doesn't mean she's trying to say she actually went to a parent teacher conference, right? She just used the wrong term. So as long as she described the right process. So I described the right process. And I said, if you could find a doctor that says that this isn't the right process, then I'll leave you to. The doctor, you come in, the doctor says, that sounds like. Then he does the testing, then the diagnosis, then the prognosis, as it would be considered in a medically correct way. So I was describing when the doctor just simply tells you, which again is not a prognosis or a diagnosis. Some people call it a spot diagnosis, but I don't think
Mhm.
that word, that term really, but that's the medically correct term. But to me, as a layman, that doesn't make sense to me because a diagnosis, in order for it to be a diagnosis, there has to be testing. So to call it a spot diagnosis doesn't really do justice to what's going on anyway.
Yeah, it's a very
Okay.
loose. It's a very poor
Uh,
term. Initial
yeah,
assessment
but
is
that's the
better,
proper term. The proper term is
right?
spot diagnosis or
Or initial
initial
assessment,
or initial right, or initial diagnosis,
right?
Joe.
which is not really right.
Let me give you some constructive feedback. Learn how to communicate better, so shit like this doesn't, so you don't get misunderstood
Well,
by
see,
people
that's
and
the
then have
thing.
those things.
That's the thing.
No,
I
he
didn't
doesn't
do
care to. It's a lack of people
that's
skills.
the thing. I
Fair
didn't do a
enough.
sermon. That's the thing. I didn't do a sermon on this. He picked this up out of a snippet when I was simply talking about not trusting in God and God being our physician and he having the final say. He picked that up out of a snippet and tried to make it into some controversy as if I did a seminar on the idea that the
Wait, what do you
prognosis comes
mean?
before the diagnosis.
What do you mean
Okay.
God being your physician?
Okay. Well, we Christians believe, right? Well, let me just finish reading my comment here. I don't know if you still have it up or not.
I still
Okay.
do. I'm playing a game, so it's still screen
Okay.
sharing.
Okay. Although I'm told not the correct term to use, so I'm admitting that I'm using the wrong term. And again, I'm gonna send him this every time he tries to make this into a actual thing. And I've been sending this same message for weeks now. So you can, I mean, he's not going to show you this. He's only going to show you the part where I said, uh, or the part where he said that I said something. But anyway, I guess I was just using the word prognosis to describe a guess in its literal sense, just like you use the word Gnostic in its literal sense, not in its just traditional
Right.
sense.
When I suggested that we should stop at this one explanation instead of the 5 next ways you had lined up to tell us about it, it wasn't an invitation to start over.
Okay, I think the point was made.
Yes.
Yeah. So never trust the liberals. If they do have something to report, it's probably sensationalism, sophistry, or yellow journalism. Take your pick.
Not you.
Oh,
Done.
hi, Mac. Hi, Space.
Mac! Hey, Mac!
Hey, look, Mac. The link is pinned. Come on, get your ass on here. You too, Space. Come on.
Hey, Space.
Jill needs to practice saying maybe I was wrong.
Well, let me show him. Let me show him the quote again.
No,
I mean, can you read? Can
dude.
you read?
We got it.
I mean,
It's
I
whatever.
don't know what else I had to do. I said I did not use the medically correct term. I was thinking more of.
Once again, you
I
can
mean,
take my advice to read it. Get better at communication and people skills.
well, sir, I communicate the gospel of Jesus Christ, the glorious gospel of Jesus
Not
Christ.
well, and you
If I
certainly
use
win no one for
if
him. I'd
I use
rethink
a
that.
medically,
Ministry is not your strong suit. You should stop
I
that.
wouldn't take,
Stop.
I wouldn't really care what a Pixie had to say about ministry,
Hey,
but
hey, hey,
um,
hey! You're on my stream. You respect the
well,
panelists.
I know I'm serious.
That's
Yeah, but
fine because
you should still respect them.
clearly no, not no. Like I can't imagine you winning over a non-believer. All
Oh,
you do is run
that's
around to
fine, but
validate yourself and other believers. But
sure,
why?
Pixie,
Because your ministry sucks. Because you don't have people skills, and you don't have to take my word for it. You can take your
Is she
amazing track
roboting for
record
other
of lack
people?
of results for it.
but you're a Pixie, so why should I care what you think and about information you don't have? But anyway, um, what was I saying?
Aw, what a cute little lame Dodge. That was so like fourth grade.
Dodge, you don't have any information, but you're making a
Sure.
decision based off
Okay.
of what information?
Okay, well, like my
Mhm.
answer question is, what do you
Exactly.
mean by
Classic
God
liberal.
is your position?
I'm not a
Was that
liberal,
the
and
link?
what information? The information you present, the way you
Yeah,
carry
which was
yourself.
nothing. Which was nothing because I never presented how many people came to Christ as a result of my ministry. So you don't have the
As a
information.
result of your ministry.
Ah,
Okay.
okay. Shut up.
Sure.
All right, shut up now. Don't go eat your pixie
Hey,
dust now.
hey, hey,
What were you
hey,
But they
saying?
hey,
can't
hey!
wait. But now you're a hypocrite. Now you're a hypocrite, and you
All
deny
right,
everything you've
bye
said
bye.
before because
Bye.
nobody can come to Christ as a
Yeah,
result of your ministry.
I
They were
know.
predestined. Remember?
I know. Now we want to talk about
Yeah, that's all. That's
predestination.
God. God
Yeah,
predestined them.
yeah.
You didn't do that.
Shut up, liberal. What were you saying, Midnight?
That's the road you should have
Okay,
taken. It would have been
okay,
consistent with the road you
Jill,
took
if you're gonna
previously.
be
But you
on
can't help
here,
yourself.
respect the panelists on here. Telling her to shut up, just no.
Um,
It's
Okay?
okay. It doesn't make
well,
me
you
shut
just
up.
have to. I mean, when someone is making these declarations, truth propositions, without any facts, I mean, I could see if there were statistics out there that said Jill was in last place in salvation. But what are you basing this on?
Last place. No, no, no,
Everything
no. Why would I put
that
you in last place?
everything that they teach is based off of feelings and emotion and inkling and innuendo.
Isn't that
That's
what
why
Christians do?
they
No,
have
not at
almost
all. See, Jill, I
with
don't
them
like
in
you, but I've
charge,
never put you in last place. There are
with
people
them
that I like much less than you. And there are people I think are a much terrible representation of their beliefs.
Thank you.
than
Thank you for sharing. Thank you. So we've learned over the past 3 years that not to trust these people's feelings, okay? Because their feelings are not based in fact. They're not based on evidence. They're not based
Neither
in
are yours, to
statistics.
be honest.
They're
Jill,
not
you
based
have
on
yet to
any.
present any evidence or facts. All you've presented is your perspective on a book.
So, like you just
So,
did.
yeah,
Like
super
you just
reliable
did.
there.
Like you just did. Yeah.
Jill, why don't you just say leftists instead of liberals?
You know what? I was listening to, oh gosh, who was it? Josh McDowell? Not Josh McDowell. Who's
I'm
the
not
other one?
that either.
Prager. Was it Prager? Prager, I think. And he said that there's a difference between leftists. You know what? I
Hmm.
don't see it. I just don't. I really don't, because everything that they say the leftists are for, the liberal either supports either implicitly or they're
Well,
for it.
I would say that leftists are anti-liberal. If you go back to
Well,
the
when I
original,
say liberal, I mean I don't mean
right? I
classical
know,
liberal. Yeah.
I know. I don't want to give them the respect or whatever of calling them liberal because they're anti-liberal.
Right. Well, they're Marxists.
Yeah.
That's really are. But
Well, I am definitely not that. Fuck that noise.
that's because
Hello,
you're not in
space.
charge.
Hey, space.
Hello.
I don't have the desire to be in charge.
No, but you're a good cheerleader, so there's that.
If I think the person is worth cheerleading for, absolutely.
Well, that's true. Like me, I'm worth cheerleading for. Thumbs up. Okay, let's see.
You're a good banner carrier too, Pixie. You're the person at the front of the line, letting everybody else know which way to go.
Or in some cases, which way to avoid.
Oh, Jill, you got pretty quiet since space came on. What's wrong?
Did anybody hear what happened about Jamie Foxx?
Yes.
The
Very
algorithm
sad.
just went up. Be
What, did
careful.
Jamie
The,
Foxx die?
the
No,
algorithm. Google
Oprah
marks
was
it's out.
pimping him out to.
Careful. I just guys got to talk in code because we know the
Oh
algorithm.
yeah. Okay.
So, but
Okay, go ahead, Hillary. Is talking code or non-code?
Okay. Well, Oprah Winfrey was apparently, or he claims that Oprah Winfrey was pimping him out to. I'm gonna miss the guy's name. Quincy Jones. Is that his name?
Who?
Quincy Jones. Is that his
no,
name?
I didn't hear that.
Okay.
What?
Yeah.
Who
When
is
he
the
was a kid, or
No. Well, I don't know. I mean, he said that
what?
they were like that Quincy was throwing like these gay orgies, and that Oprah was basically doing what Giselle did for Jeffrey Epstein, only for the gay version of it.
but
Oh,
adults or children?
Adults, as far as I know, just
she-
like people that were new to the industry or something like that.
I'd break them in.
Yeah,
She's introducing them, or like how is
she's getting them to go over to these gay orgy parties, but not really informing them of what's going to happen there.
Well, they're adults. They can walk out the door when they don't like what
You're
they see,
right.
right?
You're right.
Did they do that? Did they walk out?
I do not know.
I didn't hear that part. I was just talking about about the you know what, and
Well, maybe you heard something I didn't. What did you hear?
that he basically had a tumor or a blood
Oh
clot,
wow.
rather.
That's a totally
Oh,
different.
blood clot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if
that
you saw
is.
the documentary, but
No, but I've heard like his daughter came out and said something, and he made some sort of statement.
yeah.
Did somebody die or something?
No,
He
I
almost.
He was
think they're
hospitalized.
talking about he might have had like a blood clot, but the thing is like he has a condition a pre-existing condition, mind
Mhm.
you, that puts him at high risk for blood clots. And his daughter came out and was like upset because everybody kept saying it was the vaccine, and they were saying that it wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, this is like over a month ago, I think. But people wanted like attention, and so he got taken to the hospital from a shooting scene, and then that's when all of it speculation started.
I see.
Yeah, I believe everything that the ABC Los Angeles is telling me.
I looked at his family responses and his friends' responses. So, and they said that he had a pre-existing condition that put him especially at risk for blood clots. His friend also has that condition, apparently.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it never bothered him previously.
Hey, babe. Have you seen my headphones and my earphones?
What the hot
Earphones?
mic?
Seen them?
Yeah, babe.
I have no idea where they're at. What?
Lip balm.
What you do?
What are you doing wearing lip balm? You're not married.
Hey, sir. Welcome
Hey,
to the
Pete.
party.
Yay! I don't have any poppers.
Aw.
Did you come on stream because because you heard your ears ringing?
monkey. Hey, monkey. Hey, sir.
Hey,
Yeah, did you
Sir,
come on
does
stream?
this
Go ahead.
does this rag smell like ether to you?
I don't know. Let me have a giant sniff.
Okay, thanks.
Jesus. Good God, there's too many of these fuckers around.
What pearls of wisdom do you have for us, sir?
Don't pee into the wind.
Okay. Except on a hot day.
All right, Hillary, you can take down your guns now. We
Okay.
know you're a
take
force
down
to
my
be
gun.
reckoned. You can put back up your Skull and Bones family folk portrait.
Nah, everybody else is in their little circle avatar. I'll go too.
But whose skull do you think that was? That they were
They claim it's Geronimo's.
really?
That's their claim.
Wow. These people are sick.
Yep.
And you look up to them, huh?
No.
Oh, you
Where
don't.
do you get these beliefs? When I say I want to take a group down, why do you think
You
that
gotta take
means I
them
look up
down.
to them? Yeah, remember earlier we said that you said, "Do I wish that I was a member?" or something like that.
So you could join so you can infiltrate Skull and Bones.
Yeah, we had this discussion.
Good luck with that. Oh man.
Yeah, I know.
The last thing they will hear is Apu Snack Bar as the place explodes.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, you're gonna need a whole arsenal for that. And you're gonna need a little bit more firepower than the standard issue.
Nah, I doubt they even keep guards.
Do you know anyone in that photo? Anyone that we know? Any famous people? Tesla?
I'm sure they're all dead.
Oh
This
yeah.
was like a very early painting. I don't know if it was their first year or what, but because I just got it off the internet. But it's way old.
Mac the Human needs help. See, this is why Jesus died on the cross.
Wait, who
so that
left?
we wouldn't think that was some fun.
Oh, Space left, right.
What he put there in the chat.
She's probably getting her earplugs adjusted.
Yeah.
You know how
He was also probably being pretty sarcastic. So
I hope so. You know, that's how I was watching this documentary on Greek mythology, and that's how the world began. Did you know that? One huge orgy, according to Greek mythology.
I was not aware of that. No.
Yeah, all the gods together, and they birth
I
babies would give birth
mean,
to
no,
everything.
actually, the Greek mythology starts with chaos,
No, it doesn't.
right?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Well,
No, no.
I guess we're doing this.
Do we
I
have any
guess we're
links?
doing this. That
I'll
I'm looking.
I'll send you the
Yeah.
document. No, it doesn't. It starts with a bunch of gods, and then Kronos is born out of the orgy. Zeus and everyone, all of them are born out of this orgy. Seriously, I'll
Oh
show you. I'll
God!
send
Oh
you.
no! You are fucking wrong, and I can prove it. In the
Yeah.
beginning, there
Where did the
was.
gods come from?
Hold on a sec. In the beginning, there was chaos, a yawning nothingness. Out of the void emerged Gaia, the earth, and the
Okay,
other
all right,
divine
you're right.
beings.
You're right. So it was Gaia and Chaos, and then they had a bunch of kids, and then the orgy happened. Right?
Yeah,
No.
after like the Titans, maybe. I don't know.
The Titans. Uh, yeah, it's a big
I'm just
Wait,
mess.
guessing.
hold
I don't
on.
know.
It's a huge mess.
I'm not a
Uh,
mod, so I can't put the link in side chat, but I put khanacademy.org.
yeah, I found that too. We know the
Okay.
Greek's origin story for some of the earliest Greek lived literary sources that have survived, namely the Theogony and the works and days by Hesiod. His oral poet is thought to have been active sometime between 750 and 650 BCE, within decades of the
We can
Homonic
skip to the
epics.
good part. In the beginning, there
Okay.
was.
In the beginning, there was chaos, like yawning nothingness. Out of the void emerged Gaia, the earth, and other divine beings, Eros, love, the abyss, part of the underworld, and Erebus, the unknowable place where death dwells. Without male assistance, Gaia gave birth to Uranus, the sky, who then fertilized her. Okay.
What the heck?
I
What type
from
of
that
Okay, so
relationship?
union.
no orgy then.
What the
It was a immaculate
incest?
conception.
There you go. So you're wrong, Jill. Surprise, surprise. From that union, the first Titans were born. Six males: Seos,
Don't
Creel.
name them all.
Okay, fine.
Just six
Uh,
males, six females.
and six females.
Yeah, the third of the males was Kronos. And that's where that everything else picks up at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get to that. Kronos castrated his father and threw the severed genitals into the sea, from which arose Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, and sexuality. Kronos became the ruler of the gods with his sister wife, Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
Rhea, as his consort. The other Titans became his court. Because Kronos had betrayed his father, he feared that his offspring would do the same. So each time Rhea gave birth, Kronos snatched up the child and ate it.
Yeah, he would
Rhea
eat the babies,
hated
man.
Hmm.
hated this
On him.
and tricked him by hiding one child, Zeus, and wrapping a stone in the baby's blanket so that Kronos ate the stone instead of the baby. When Zeus was grown, he fed his father a drunk drink, which caused Kronos to vomit, throwing up Rhea's other children and the stone. You think they'd be digested at this fucking point, but no.
No. Wait, no. Forget about that. Think about there are a very few limited number of beings around, and Kronos gets handed this drink from someone he's never seen before. Is like
Hmm.
doesn't think to ask who the fuck are you.
Right?
Well, maybe he was such a drunkard he didn't care. He's just like, oh yeah, give me another.
Well,
You're a great bartender.
siblings. The Olympians were victorious, and the Titans were hurled down to imprisonment in the abyss. Zeus was plagued by the same concerns his father had been, and after a prophecy that his first wife, Metis, would give birth to a god greater than he swallowed Metis, but she was already pregnant with Athena, and they both made him miserable until Athena, the goddess of wisdom, civilization, and justice, burst from his head, fully grown and dressed for war. Zeus was able to fight off all challenges to his power. and to remain the ruler of Mount Olympus, the home of the gods. One son of Titans, Prometheus, did not fight with fellow Titans against Zeus and was spared imprisonment. He was given the task of creating man. Prometheus shaped man out of mud, and Athena breathed life into the clay figure. Prometheus made man stand upright as the gods did and gave him fire. Prometheus tricked Zeus, and to punish him, Zeus created Pandora, the first woman of stunning beauty, wealth, and a deceptive heart and lying tongue. He also gave Pandora a box she was commanded never to open. But eventually her curiosity got the best of her, and she opened the box to release all kinds of evil, plagues, sorrows, and misfortunes, and also hope, which lay at the bottom of the box.
You know, this dovetails with Genesis really well.
Christ.
Yeah, the Eloi, and
Okay,
then
I honestly wanna know, Jill, where Jill got this fucking
yeah, the orgy story. Where'd that come from?
what? Is he even still here?
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. They were having orgies. That's just has
Oh,
nothing
yeah.
to do- that just has nothing to do with creation.
Yeah. Jill's got pretty quiet now. I don't know.
He's doing his research.
Like I don't know. I think the Bible has him beat because you literally have a guy essentially screwing his own clone that was turned into a woman.
Wait,
Yeah.
what? Wait, hold on. Where was this? I don't think I
Adam
heard
and
about this.
Eve.
It's
Oh,
it's freaking
right,
Genesis. We
Right,
read
yeah,
that.
yeah. You know what? Never mind. The way you phrased it just made me think. Wait, what? But now when you say Adam and Eve, yeah, that makes sense.
It's like the highest level of masturbation. That's what God achieved.
Well, in
Pretty
the
much.
Egyptian Genesis story, the god did masturbate, and then his semen is what became the universe.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, pretty crazy.
Yep.
But that's how they explain the Milky Way in the night sky. They're like, "Yep, see, that's the semen right there."
Hell, are you still here?
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
laughing.
Yeah, what's up?
Well, it,
Yeah, you're right. I just checked it. It wasn't an orgy. It was Gaia, which was the sky, right?
No, the
Or
Earth,
Earth.
Earth.
And then what was the other one?
Uranus.
Uranus guy.
And it wasn't an orgy, but they had sex like 1,000 times or something like that, something crazy. And that's where all the Titans and then all of them came from.
Oh yeah, I mean the Earth's pretty hot.
100 times, like back to back to back. This guy must have been, something else. But anyway, Uranus.
I mean, the thing is, like Uranus and Gaia are beyond gods. Right? They're not even
Oh,
gods.
Their existence itself, right?
Well, I mean, I guess they would all be existence, but
I
Yeah,
mean,
the,
I'm a
the gods come after the Titans. You have the primordial beings,
Yeah.
then you have the
Yeah.
Titans, then you have the gods.
Right.
So if anyone could bone 1,000 times, it'd be the primordial beings. They have a lot of space to fill up.
Mhm.
The Cyclops too came from this sex ordeal. The Cyclops, the one-eyed
Was it, or
monster,
did Vulcan make him? I
one-eyed
seem to remember
monsters,
maybe Vulcan made the Cyclops.
and the giants too, right? Didn't the giants come
Yeah.
out of this
Yeah, I
whole
think so.
ordeal?
Yeah.
Man, that's
Don't forget the Hecate. Am I pronouncing that right?
that's some powerful semen. There was, I don't know what that placenta must have been something else, huh?
Could not find my earbuds. Also, I've adopted a rather nihilistic attitude towards discussions lately. Understandable, I guess.
I'm happy I didn't grow up in a time and a culture that thought the sky was full of semen.
Just imagine
Imagine
every time it rains, all the virgins have to run inside so they don't get pregnant.
Right? I mean, I found that I still find it weird that they used to believe that women got pregnant because of their hair, and that's why women need to cover it up. That's why women in Islam still cover up their hair because, oh no, a woman will get pregnant with the hair. I'm like, what? Uh, what?
Don't forget about the
Uh,
100-handed ones.
Yeah, the Hecate. Pretty sure they're called the Hecate.
Yeah.
They're so dangerous that everyone's afraid of them. That's why they lock them up in the earth.
Like what? How do you have all those different types of children?
Well, no, I could see how they could come up with that idea for a story, right? Because you have the Earth, like Mother Earth, and you have an insane amount of different things on it, right? So you could probably sit there and like being in that time period, you could probably think of all kinds of crazy shit that could be out there.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of crazy shit in Father Sky too.
Oh yeah,
I mean, honestly, this is why this is why I think many of the stories we have to to explain creation or just that stories, right? They were used to explain how reality came along or whatever. There really is no God, right? Because God, the God that Jill believes in is just an amalgamation of every other God, but for some reason his God came first, right?
like it's insulting to say it's an amalgamation. It is the updated and newfangled version.
Well, you know what?
Better.
I'd rather believe in Bob, okay? Because
Well, you better believe in Bob.
yeah, I'd rather believe in Bob.
Yeah, the builder of builders, Bob.
By the way, where's Bob's best file?
I am Bob's best file.
Oh, well, you're not named that, so
I mean, I don't even think I have the picture of my thing right now.
Well, if we're showing pictures of our things,
giggity.
I have to look up Ugandan knuckles.
Ugandan knuckles in a toga. You know the way.
Do you know DB?
eat the poo poo.
That's a different meme, but
Yes.
close.
They eat the poo poo.
They eat the poo-poo. Oh,
I'm pretty sure I do not want to know that meme.
Yeah.
Didn't you
well,
know that already?
it doesn't actually show the poo-poo. That's part of the reason why it's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy does really weird, like very expressive hand gestures.
You know, I run across things and I think sometimes I find some really weird shit. And then I come listen to you guys and I'm like, no. They definitely find the really weird shit.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
Halsey finds the really great posts.
Yeah.
We have the emotional scarring.
Yeah.
Like Greek mythology.
No, I'm really loving this stream, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Yay, Ugandan knuckles. Let's put them front and center. There you go. She made a bed for her cats. Take a picture of that.
Wait. A bed fort? Or did you make a pillow fort on the bed, or did you
Yeah,
make a
that-
pillow fort out of beds?
Pillow and blanket fort on the bed. Yeah. Kelsey's got enough beds to make forts out of. Wow,
I
she's
don't have a
rolling.
red, so I can't post it. Okay, hold on a sec. I will.
Yeah.
No, hold on. I will make you a mod. An administrator, managing. There you go. Have fun with that. You are now a mod.
Da poo poo.
So now you can
Yeah.
post you can post whatever you like.
Midnight has never blessed me with mod powers either.
Let me give it to you.
Oh, thank you. This is so unexpected.
Yeah, asshole. Oh. Well, hold on. There you go. What is this? A video?
Vimeo.com.
What is this video?
Well, Vimeo is music, I think.
Oh no,
Nope.
Vimeo can be any kind of video.
Okay.
Brutal Russian baby yoga. What the fuck? I'm not sure I want to screen share this. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Fuck it. If the stream gets taken down, who gives a shit? Okay. Hang on. Present screen.
I totally forgot. It's been so long since I looked at Uganda Knuckles memes. I forgot their superpower was Ebola.
Yeah, Ebola. I honestly hope these are dolls.
They're not.
Wow. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
this is so bad.
What the fuck?
They're not even yelling or screaming or anything. They're not even scared. This is craziness.
Yeah, I think I don't know. Should we stop before the stream gets taken down for nudity or whatever?
In Soviet
we've seen-
Russia, you shake syndrome.
Yes. Thanks, Halsey. That was interesting to watch. Sorry, I didn't want to share the entire thing, but that was funny.
Oh man, what was that? Was that like an animal or something?
Well, golly gee, you know what? It was at least 4 animals.
Yeah.
Oh, Jill
Primates
Jill
at
doesn't
that.
like Jill doesn't like when when you put humans on the same level as animals, so he gets offended.
Ah.
No, I don't.
Why? It's the truth.
I mean,
Wow.
I was making a joke that he gets offended, but maybe he does, maybe he doesn't.
Yeah, some people actually, like my wife, believe that some of us did evolve from apes.
So,
No, I don't think we evolved from apes.
well, I mean, we are apes.
I mean, we evolved.
Exactly, we are apes. We have a common ancestor.
Right.
I mean, technically, we evolved from an ape.
I
Well,
told
But we
you.
it's not
are
like
an
we-
ape.
Yeah. We're just one ape turning into another ape.
Yeah, we are an ape. Yes.
I told her that theory. It might be a little racist, but no, she said
I mean,
do,
it's
they
only
do.
racist if you make it racist, Jill.
well, yeah. Well, she said no, but she said black people are not descendants of the apes. Only white people.
Do what? I said what?
That
I'm not
explains.
human.
I said
White, no, wait.
humans are apes.
No,
I said that might be a little racist.
I think he said his wife made this claim.
Yeah.
Oh.
That white people are come from apes, but not black people. That totally explains it. That explains
That
the
explains a
statistics
lot,
why
yeah.
black people do so bad in like white society. They're a fungus. They're not animals. They're a fungus. Maybe like
Jesus.
like they're part of a different kingdom. Maybe they're plants.
Yeah.
This
Uh,
this stream does not condone the opinions of literally anybody on this stream.
Yes, whatever you do, do not go out and try to water a black person, please.
well, you know, YouTube, you can do a lot. You can go a lot of places nowadays. Have all day.
This just took a really weird turn out of nowhere.
I know, but that's the beauty of this stream.
Right, back to work.
There's, you know how when you were a kid, there were always
Almost
kids
done.
that didn't fit in. Like in today's world, that doesn't exist. There's something for everyone, right? For every weird
I mean, I still don't fit in, so
thing you can think of, almost. There's a club for it, and you can join and be a leader in that.
Yeah, and if you're the only member, then other people will join. Crazy.
You want to join? Do you want to join our club, Hillary?
Which club?
The club called the Elect of God.
Oh,
I'm
I thought
pretty
this was going to go somewhere else, like the He-Man Woman Haters Club.
I figured he was going to say Calvinists.
Right.
I either am or am not elect. It's not my choice whether to join.
You are. Everyone is a Calvinist in this club.
There you go.
It's called the Elect.
So if I join, I'll be elect. I can usurp God's will.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm joining
If
them.
you join, if you join, it was predestined for you to join.
Okay.
you know what, sir? You actually missed it. But but Jill said if I became a Christian, I would look up to him, and I'm like, I couldn't help but laugh my ass off. Even if I were become the Christian, he's the last person I would look up to. What
You
the
would look
fuck?
up to me just like all the other Christians.
I don't think so. I think if Midnight became a Christian, he'd probably become a Marcion.
What is a Mercian?
Real Christians.
Like, what was that?
The real Christians.
The Christians that existed in the 3rd century.
Yeah, before all the other ones.
Yeah, before the 1st century.
And I
Before
fucking
the
died.
first century?
Oh man.
Before Paul decided to hijack the religion and take it somewhere else.
Yeah.
What number was before the first century?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I don't know. I honestly never see myself as a Christian. It's not something I see myself as.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I'm just telling Jill because I know he's excited for that. Like, yes, Midnight, become a Christian.
It's almost as cool as turning a straight man gay, right, Midnight?
Ah.
Well, what do Marcionites believe? Well, whatever you call them.
I
sir.
mean, I'll honestly, if you just take the Gospels and then forget everything after the Gospels, that's pretty much it. They have some like other beliefs about what they read in the Old Testament. They think the Old Testament God and Jesus are not the same being. They think Jesus is from the real true God, and then the Old Testament God's like a lesser being.
Yeah.
So
That's
they have
just
that what's the term for it? I'm forgetting. They think the Old Testament God's like the demiurge. They don't say demiurge, but they think he's like an evil spirit.
Yeah. He's the guy of the Bible. It sounds just like some of the atheists today. He's jealous. He's Oprah.
Well, God says he's jealous. God
He's
says
jealous.
he's jealous. I'm a jealous God. Shall have
Wow.
none other before me.
Right. And also genocidal.
I mean, he did commit
Wrathful.
genocide.
Yeah, why is
Well, they got
genocide
one
bad?
thing. They got one thing right. The world that he.
I mean,
made
would
is
we
affected.
say that killing cancer is bad?
Killing cancer is bad?
Yeah, would we say that?
I mean, honestly, if we somehow find a sentient cancer and it begs for its life, I don't know.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. You should probably consider trying to do something other than just killing it if it's intelligent enough to beg for its life. You find something. Look for some way.
Well, yeah, we'd probably relocate it, but I mean, if it agreed to peaceably relocate,
But where would it peacefully relocate to?
I don't know.
Well, what
Great
I would
question.
like to know is the Christian's perspective on it, because that cancer is technically human.
And it's God's creation.
Yeah, that's a good
It's
point.
Cancer's
alive.
a human. What
Yeah,
the heck?
yeah. Human cancer is human. It's human tissue. It's human being.
It's a cancerous cell is a human being.
No, it's human. And if it
What?
was
Okay, I
conscious,
thought you said human being. Okay, I'm sorry.
well, if it's human flesh, it's human, biologically speaking, and then it's also conscious, then it's a being. So it's a human being. It just happens to be cancer.
Cancer is a disease.
I
Yeah.
know, but it's hypothetical. Like, do you know?
Yeah, it's a
do you
hypothetical.
know what a hypothetical is?
Are
I'm
we
sure it is
allowed?
hypothetical.
Are we allowed to kill this cancerous human being, even though it's done?
I
nothing
think
wrong?
it would be
yeah.
better to call it a humanotype being.
Yeah,
Humanotype.
Yeah,
it's
humanotype.
not a human being. It's
Oh.
part of a cell or a disease.
Right,
that-
but the
Undifferentiated.
but what if what if it's conscious? Like,
you
what
need
if
a little bit more to be a human being, like the chromosomes, guys. Come on.
Well, it
Stop.
has
Oh
the
my
chromosomes.
Yeah, it has
It's
them.
human. It's human flesh. It has the chromosomes.
Yeah.
Ugh.
No. You need chromosomes for other parts
It
besides
has all the chromosomes. All of
the-
them.
Yeah, every single one.
No,
It's exact. A cancer cell is exactly like any other human body cell, except it doesn't stop reproducing.
Yep.
no.
And
that's-
other than the like immortal Hereta cells of, you know what I mean? Cancer
making
in
it
your
too
body,
complicated.
guys. What?
You're making it. You're bringing in more things. You're making it too
All right,
complicated.
fine. Never mind. You go ahead.
It has all the DNA of a human being. Right. I
no,
get that. It
that's
doesn't.
not what-
It doesn't have organs, unless it's maybe a
Right.
really big cancer, glob of cancer.
Okay,
I'm
so when
assuming
we
it
say-
probably has a brain if it's conscious, though.
Right. Okay. So when we say human, we mean that you have what it makes, or what it means, or what it takes to be a human. Meaning you have the program for those things that make up the human.
Okay, it has that.
The lungs, it doesn't. If you were to leave that on it to itself, it wouldn't be able to produce that as a fully formed human like an embryo would. It wouldn't be able to produce legs and
Oh
arms
my
and
fucking.
Okay. Wait a second. Wait.
Beethoven and
If there's an embryo that's malforming, and it's missing some of those things, can we abort it in your view?
no, why would we? It's still a human being.
Okay,
It's just
so
a human being with cancerous cells as opposed to normal cells.
okay, so this conscious human flesh cancer.
No,
It's
it's a
missing some of
human.
these parts.
No. Listen, Gary, it's a human being with cancerous cells instead of normal
How do you
cells.
not? How are you not getting this
That's all.
hypothetical?
That's
Jill,
all.
you're worse than G, man. Not understanding analogies.
I see what you're
Like,
now.
what
I
the
see it, but it's a
fuck?
poor analogy. That's all. I'm just pointing out that there are too many distinctions
No, it's
for
not.
you to draw an analogy
It's
based
a what
on
if
such
scenario.
a
You know what? I'm
Okay,
done.
Joe.
Like-
Joe, just imagine like this: a
cell.
big giant lump of cancer raises on your shoulder. It's roughly head size. It has a mouth and eyes, and it begs you not to kill it. Can you kill it?
Well, No, I can kill it because it is not a normal cell. It's an abnormal growth. So yes, if you have
So
an
you commit
abnormal
murder.
growth,
You commit murder.
right?
Good to know.
Just like um,
Murderer killing human
Yes.
life.
a tumor, for instance, right?
Aborting shoulder people.
I mean, how is he? How is he not getting this?
No, I know.
No,
I
I
get,
get it.
I
I
get
get it. But I think it's more of a weak parallel, but I see the parallel, but there's just too many other things that make up us as human beings
Yeah,
to
he's a
suggest that a
cancerous.
cancerous cell would be considered a human if it were to grow ahead and start smiling at you. Well, I don't know. That might be more considered like a mutation.
Okay, but what if the cancer got so big that it had all the body parts? It was just still attached to you. Would you still be
I,
allowed to kill it?
well, what happened to my immune system?
Well, people with cancer have immune systems.
What for it to go that far?
Yeah. I mean, it'd be more miraculous that you survived to growing that large.
Oh man. Oh
But
yeah, yeah, yeah. That'd
I,
probably kill me before it would take on life itself. But
which means it's probably a miracle.
yeah,
Would you be allowed to kill it? Should you be?
no, because I'd be killing myself. It's a genetic disease that takes over your cells, not someone else's, and attaches it to you. It's your cells. It's a disease, a genetic disease. That's all.
Okay,
It would
but
be like
it's
me
only
having
attached to you by
AIDS or
like a
something.
little string of flesh, like an umbilical cord.
Then I would just cut it off. It's not. It didn't change. It didn't spread throughout the rest of my body.
Okay, but should you be allowed to kill it?
You would be allowed to cut off the cancer, yes,
Yeah. Okay, but
because it's a
after
disease.
it's
It's a
cut off, is it
disease.
okay to kill it?
Is it still alive after it's cut off
Yeah.
from its? I doubt that's possible, but you're getting into sci-fi flicks now.
Yeah, but we're a lump of cancer talking. We were already there.
Yeah.
That reminds me of the Garbage Pail Kids. Remember those
Sure.
monstrous
Oh.
looking?
Yeah, but this is a theoretical discussion, and I think that once the cancer has been detached from the human, if it's not posing a threat to anyone, it would probably be immoral to kill it or unethical.
Yeah, I don't know if it would be covered by human rights or not, but I still think it'd probably be wrong just to kill it for no reason.
Yep. Pretty much.
I mean, I don't even kill animals for food for no reason. Like, I kill them
Mhm.
for food. I guess that's the reason. But I'm not going to eat cancer, so
Well, if it was cooked right, would you?
nah, probably not. Probably tastes too much like a human being. That's the last thing I need. I need to develop a taste for human flesh.
Mm.
I'll be walking around Walmart one day and licking my lips looking at people.
That's a very low quality cut of meat.
I'll find out like the trick is human beings don't actually taste good, just the cancer tastes good, so I have to give them cancer first.
Oh man.
All right, can we stop talking about cancer? Sheesh,
Why? Does it make you uncomfortable?
that's so depressing. Atheist, the religion of death.
What are you talking about? Everyone gets cancer. Just usually the body gets rid of it.
Yes.
Death isn't so depressing, really. I mean, it'll just be like it was before I was conceived.
Yeah. Well, I like living.
I enjoy the experience of living. I'm just saying there's nothing particularly like depressing or terrifying to me about non-existence. I was in non-existence before.
Yeah, I mean the non-existence isn't the problem. It's the I can't have. I mean, unless I brought like ready to go, it's going to be a total bummer that I won't be able to do the things I wanted to do.
Well, I mean, like I don't want to go, and I don't want to see it coming because I happen to particularly enjoy the experience of living in this crazy, amazing world. But like I don't really have a say in the matter, right?
So
It's not something like I'm not like stressed or terrified or worried about what comes after. Like I just think it'll be like before I was born, before I was conceived. I'll just not exist. I'm okay with. Actually, I want to be human composted, so my body will be dirt. There you go.
You're supposed to the very end, aren't you, Fixie?
I
Huh?
should probably
Yes,
rewrite my will. In my will, it says cremate me and take a portion of my ashes to make gunpowder, and then use that gunpowder to assassinate Dick Cheney.
Wait, can you have that in your will?
You can have whatever you want in your will. It's not like they're going to arrest me after the fact.
What the fuck?
It's not like that part of the will is going to be enforceable or anything, but still.
So
They
funny.
could probably smear your ashes on the inside of the cartridge case, but if you actually mix it in the gunpowder, that could be a problem.
No, you use it to make gunpowder. There's a company that does it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can send them like your father's ashes, and they'll use it to make gunpowder.
Okay.
I can't believe that's an actual thing.
Yeah.
Who
Or at least
thought
it used to be. I don't know if it's still around anymore.
who came up with that bright idea?
You?
I don't know.
Actually,
Maybe
no.
some-
Actually, no. You're too. Go ahead, Serb.
I don't know. Maybe some like spiteful 16-year-olds like Dad died, but he's still going to protect this house.
Really? You thought that? I thought some like vengeful soldier. You killed my buddy. That's all right. My buddy's gonna kill you.
That's true.
You know what?
Good.
You know what? That's definitely. I could see both.
They have anti-Islamic bullets that are rolled in pig fat.
Yep. that was funny. Didn't Trump do that?
That's
No, it was
just
a round long
gross.
before him.
That's just gross.
What I don't get is many of the explosives they make for suicide bombs are made with glycerin. It's like they don't know where glycerin's from.
Where is
Probably
Glycerin
not.
from?
Pigs.
Oh well. Yeah, fair enough.
I know that the Germans were making explosives out of fish oil back in World War II.
That's an incredibly cost prohibitive oil to use.
Yeah.
I guess. I guess it's better than the Chinese did.
What did the Chinese do?
The Chinese took all the bodies of the dead soldiers from armies that were against them and then buried them in a pile so they would. They would get. I think it was the saltpeter from the bodies after they decayed. Was it saltpeter? It was a compound. I forget which compound it was, but they basically used their bodies to make gunpowder.
Utilitarian.
Yeah. It's just make a mass grave. Come back next year.
But if somebody came back later and that mass grave was empty, would that be proof that they were resurrected?
I mean, if it's the common practice to dig up mass graves to make gunpowder, I'm going to go with no.
Okay. I'm pretty sure some people got where I was going with that. That an empty tomb is proof of nothing except an empty tomb.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Did someone say empty tomb? Where? When people say, when my students used to say it, Jesus Christ, I would say, where? They use- when they use the Lord's name in vain, I say, where is he? Is he there? Because if he's here and I'm still here, then I'm in trouble.
Yeah. So you're a pre-trib rapturist?
I used to be when the whole when I was younger, much younger, and the whole Left Behind series came out, and
Mm.
I jumped on that and Schofield Bible, and that was really like fun times, man. Those were the good old days. And I was back when Christianity was fun, and now it's just a bunch of debating, a bunch of heretics.
Oh, I was right. I
Everyone.
missed the first part of that. I thought you were talking about the Crusades for a second.
Oh, I lived back then too. In fact, my wife tells me all the time that she thinks I'm from another time, like Elizabethan.
I still don't think you have a wife, honestly.
If only you stayed there.
I'll be in the future too.
Ugh.
Christians
Well,
never die.
may
I
we
just-
exist in entirely different galaxies in the next life.
I just want to go back in time and be able to win an argument by yelling out, "God wills it."
Next life, you're not going to exist. Remember? What next life?
Well, if I'm right, if you're right, who knows? Apparently you're from another time.
Do you want to exist in the next life?
Who doesn't want to continue existing? Do I want to continue
Okay.
existing forever?
Well-
Probably not.
Well, then you
I
need
mean,
to.
it sounds like you'd get really, really bored after a while.
Then you need to repent. Yes, bro, Joe, I've repented. Have you?
Wait, is Rojo
To
backstage?
what? To live forever as a zombie? No thanks.
Zombie. Stop. Somebody's been watching Hollywood.
No, it's not about Hollywood. It's about the
Zombie.
Bible. It says you will worship God all of your days and you will want for nothing and there will be no tears.
And that's a
And
zombie.
well, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a zombie that worships God, but yeah. Instead of just moaning brains, it just moans "Hail God."
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know what that would consist of ontologically. So we can't say if it's going to be a thriller. we can't say that that's what it's going to actually consist of.
No, more like a lobotomy zombie. That empty smile that means nothing. No tears, no wanting, just endless praise. La la la, day in and day out.
Well, the closest we have
Forever and
to
ever, all eternity.
what it will be like, Paul argues, is when Christ resurrected, he was still able to fellowship, laugh, cry, and fellowship with the disciples. He ate fish with them, but his body was also that he was able to walk through walls. So
I wonder.
Wow.
I wonder what Jill would think if he woke up in the afterlife and then saw a bunch of animal people weighing his heart against a feather.
that's not gonna happen.
But
I knew this.
yeah, but God, God resurrecting you and judging you is gonna happen, right? That's totally gonna happen.
Where did you borrow that from? The Hindu lore? Where is that story found?
Egyptian.
Egyptian.
Yeah, and if your
my
heart
story?
weighs more than the feather of Mott, then it gets thrown to Sobek.
I think Muhammad picked up on that concept as well and put it in his dirty book.
Yeah. I mean, the Egyptians are pretty early on the judgment come afterlife thing. A lot of people picked up on it.
But the Great Throne Judgment is kind of similar too, except instead of being fed to an alligator, you're fed to or a crocodile. You're fed to a lake of fire.
He fed to a fire. Okay.
Yeah, the lake of fire, right?
All
On the
right.
lake of fire.
God's got to keep that soul
Fed
train
to.
moving.
If hell is the lake of fire, how is hell thrown into the lake of fire in Revelation?
Talk about a
Yeah.
talk about a metaphor, stretching a metaphor out to
Well,
almost
no,
a
just like you
parable.
feed wood, you feed wood into a fire.
Right. Okay. I could see how you could draw that parallel.
Where do you think the light in heaven comes from?
Hellfire.
Yeah,
Actually, it's from God's brilliance.
there's just a bunch of mirrors around the lake of fire pointing up at heaven.
How about it's in another dimension that totally makes this one look like,
Makes this one
3D
look normal.
makes it like.
Hey, hold on. Have you guys ever seen Bender's Big Score? You know, like the first movie. Oh, no, sorry, the second movie. Right? Isn't it the second movie with like that fucking alien that kind of looks like heaven, and it says, "I have
Ow.
set, I have set, I have set my image throughout your Hertz history." Never seen it?
No.
No, I've
Ow,
seen
Is
it.
this
but
a
never seen it.
Futurama?
Yeah,
Oh,
Futurama.
Yeah, Futurama. Yeah.
No,
Oh,
It
I've
was
not
one of
seen
the,
it.
the Beast with a billion backs. It's movie 2.
yeah. It was one of the movies made before they like redid the series for a couple more seasons.
Yeah.
That cartoon stunk.
That cartoon was
Fuck
amazing.
you. Okay,
It's
no.
horrible.
You know what? Removed for a bit because you
Oh
said
come
that.
on! Oh come on! That's probably one of the best cartoons ever.
Yep. By the way, season 8 actually came out on Monday, and
What? Okay, they
Yeah.
need to let it die. They need to
Well,
let it die.
they need to let it die. Well, I mean, season 8 came out, and people
No,
really like it.
the
Well,
series ended on a great episode. What are they doing?
I know, but this one, look, give the first episode a try, okay? If you have Hulu or whatever, and if you don't like it, don't watch the rest.
Wait, there's another season of Futurama and they canceled Westworld? That is bullshit.
Hey, you know what? In the first episode, they
No,
actually,
fuck that.
hold on. You let me finish. They actually make fun of. They actually make they in the first episode of Futurama. They actually make fun of a lot of decisions of streaming services. Okay.
I think Brojo wants to come in and talk to me.
Okay. Well, Rojo, the link is up there. Like, if you want to come on.
Yeah, he misses me since the ban. We call it the ban, but since
I mean,
the ban,
Rojo, if you want to come on, let me know.
You call it the band like it's been an event in your life.
yeah,
ban.
since the ban, right? You know those cartoons like since the explosion, like that. Since the ban, he's sort of
There's BB and AB before ban and after ban.
he's been trying to get in touch with me, like do
Oh,
the side
Brojo,
chat.
you're broken.
Yeah. Well, Brojo, I know you missed me. You missed the answers that actually make sense regarding, your questions in the Bible. I'll come back. I'll come back for your fourth season. Season.
So since we all know Futurama is the best cartoon ever, does anyone know what the second best cartoon is? It only ran for one season.
Transformers.
It was canceled because the Christians were protesting too much.
Beavis and Butthead.
No.
No. I got it. God, the Devil, and Bob.
Yes, you're the only one that's been around for me to talk about it before. God, the Devil, and Bob's a fantastic cartoon.
Yes, it is.
Uh-huh.
Yes, it is. It's so stupid why they canceled it. It was a good show. It painted God in a good light and the devil in a bad light.
Yeah.
It makes no fucking. Go ahead, you talk.
No, it did. I mean, it plays fast and loose with kind of the God character, right? But God is definitely the good guy, and the devil is definitely the bad guy. No, it was on. I think it was on ABC.
What?
Yeah, it was on when I was
no wonder it got canceled.
Man, it was like early '90s,
Put
like
that on
'95.
ABC. Yeah, that's
There was
my-
massive letter writing campaigns from churches to get them to cancel the show, and they ended up doing
I
it.
remember that. It was so dumb.
good riddance.
No, you would
What do you
like
mean,
that show.
good riddance? No, 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 dude.
In the 90s, I don't remember this.
It was like it kind of reminded me like a more less kiddie version of like Veggie Tales, kind of.
Well, no, actually, if I had to describe it, I would say that God, the Devil, and Bob is kind of a retelling of the Job tale, right?
Yeah,
because
kinda.
God, yeah, because God
A
is the devil.
family-friendly version of it.
Yeah, because God and the devil are in the bar, right? And God is like, you know what? Maybe I should just destroy the entire fucking thing. But then, it's either God or the devil that says, well, it was not. You probably remember better. Does God make
Yeah,
the pact with the devil?
Well, no,
There-
that's why I
there-
compared it to Veggie Tales because it like takes a Bible story, right? But then it plays like fast and loose with the characters and like it's not exactly the same.
Well, yeah, fair enough.
if I remember correctly, the next dialogue is the devil's like, he's like all excited, and he asks God, "You're not teasing me like that last time." And he says what the last time was, and I forget what he said the last time was.
I guess Joe. I
But-
guess Joe, but I'll have to rewatch it to know.
Yeah, because they were walking down the street, then they walked into the bar, and then that's when God saw Bob and was like,
Yeah.
him.
It was so good. Like, what the fuck? This is why I hate Christians. I can never be
Yeah,
one.
this is blasphemy. I just watched the clip. I'm glad this
Why is that
garbage.
blasphemy?
It's a
Fucking
cartoon.
idiots.
It's entertainment. It's not.
God and the devil sitting talking about stuff
Yeah.
like what God has got a cup of tea and sipping on this cappuccino, and Satan's a woman. Come on,
What do you mean Satan's a woman? Where the fuck
It's
did
a
you get
Job situation.
you can't make God's
No,
ground.
no. Satan's a man, but there is one part where he pops in to look like a woman.
He's trans.
No, you
No, he's
fucking-
just Satan.
He's trans.
The whole show is basically God getting Bob to be a good person to prove that there's still good in the world, and the
Yeah.
devil's just trying to tempt Bob to be a terrible person to
how's
in
that,
the universe.
how's that a bad thing, Jill? Like, if anything, it's making your God look good. What the fuck?
Well, I like Jill's definition of blasphemy because I think it's different than mine.
I don't
I-
think
I-
Jill has any.
I actually have on my shelf one of 3,000 copy of the DVD copies. They only
Really?
made 3,000
Wow.
of them. I got one of them. That's how much I love this show.
And they made Satan a black woman.
What the
What?
fuck are you talking about?
I'm watching it now. Show my screen. I'm sharing it. Is this it? Is this it?
No.
No! What the
Oh, this isn't it.
This
Oh.
is the
No.
God
The
and
God
Devil
and Devil
show.
show. Yeah, different.
Here. I'll get the intro.
I was going to say, I know why they shut this down. I mean, they made a Satan a black woman. I mean, come on. That's not going to fly,
Let's see.
even in the 90s.
There, I'm sharing it.
Hey God.
Okay, let's see what this cartoon is. And this came on ABC?
Quiet.
God here. So I was all set to destroy the world, but I thought, hey, I'm
What?
not
Is that the
that kind
earth?
of
Just,
God.
just
If
throwing
just
around like
one
a sucker.
soul could show me it's worth saving, I'd spare it. And being a sporting deity, I let the devil choose. So, folks, meet your last chance for salvation. Wow. This is good beer. Oh, boy. Well, folks, I wouldn't make any long-term plans.
Oh my God, this just brought back like a flood of memories.
I don't know why I never heard of this.
Oh my
I've never
God,
heard
it
of
is
it.
the
I used
best
to watch
fucking
it.
show. I love it.
It only lasted for one season, so
Yeah, because assholes like you canceled it.
yeah. Protest can cancel a show.
Oh, yeah, back in the 90s, Christians were really into canceling things.
By
Back in
protest.
the '90s, they're still into canceling. Well, actually, no. Today,
No,
they don't-
they don't have that kind of power really anymore. but
They
Well,
would be
they did. They
protesting.
did.
No,
Christians,
now they just hold local
Christians,
burnings
What
for
exactly
Christians,
did
Harry
they
Potter
do?
and stuff.
Christians did get
You know?
canceled. A show called She-Ra. Sorry,
Well, how did they do? How did they
not
cancel it? Does
She-Ra.
anyone know?
oh god, the
Sure.
She's
devil and
out.
Bob.
She's
It was a
out.
letter writing campaign. Like
Oh, they wrote a
church
letter.
log.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
no,
right, so
no,
you saw
not
that
a
cancel.
letter. They wrote
Oh.
millions of letters.
You guys hear me?
Ooh, those pens and paper.
Look, when you're
All right then.
the standard for the 90s and the 80s was programming was made for the middle of the country because they thought that's where most of the money comes from, and that's actually true. So they tried their best not to offend the middle of the country. So when the middle of the country wrote them millions of letters saying how offended they are about the show they made, they stopped making it.
Were there banning of individuals from employment and social status?
I mean, I guess, yeah,
No,
those
no.
people got fired.
No.
If that's what you mean.
Well,
Yeah, the
wait,
show
hold
got
on.
canceled,
There was another show that got canceled due to the Christian backlash, and that was the show Shizao. Right? It was about this. It was about this boy that used this ring to, to dress up as a female superhero. Right? He was still a boy, but he wore a dress and had like all these female. Let me get a clip.
Yeah, I remember thinking, I was like, 13, 12, and I realized what happened. I saw it on the news, and I was like, what would they do that for? This was making me like God.
Yeah, right. I'm getting a clip. Well, I certainly don't want to play the entire episode.
Oh, here we go. This is a new list. People keep on putting the whole season up on YouTube, and it keeps on getting taken down. But every
Well,
time I
of
bring
course.
it up, there's a new list. There's Hillary. There's a link. I just put in private chat.
Okay.
That's every episode.
Yes, watch it. Well, I mean, not now, but
I would say soon though, because this list will probably get removed in the next couple of months.
yeah, right. Okay, so here is the intro to Shizao. Oh wait.
She has peace, super strength, and speed. Everything a superhero needs. Nothing painless and lipstick too. His big weakness, the best of two. She interrupts with power supreme. Becomes a plane in a submarine. Super snapping, so scared.
Yeah, this garbage deserved to be canceled.
I'm
This
unclear.
fucking show was harmless, for fuck's sake. Yet it got canceled because
Look.
no, trans.
I'm gonna say
Yeah.
it probably is crap, but I think the premise that your superpower is girl power.
Yeah.
I think that's hilarious.
Did anyone lose their job because they watched the show or they reposted that show on social media? Anyone lose their job because of that?
Well, we will answer you
Shizao?
never. Just let me finish this.
I was just wondering.
Like he was still a guy, right? So he,
Right.
the ring just gave him the ring just gave him superpowers and made him dress.
Made him a
Jill,
female. The
Jill,
ring made
would-
him a female.
No,
Joe, would you accept a ring that gave you superhuman strength, but before you could use it, you had to put a dress on?
No.
Because I would. That would come in handy. I wouldn't go around in a dress all the time.
well, yeah,
But you never know. Like maybe I might need to lift a car off of my children.
Mhm.
right.
Why would you have to be addressed just because you're a female? Like, wear pants.
Well, look, it's just the
pairs.
cartoon logic.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, I
Like
don't know
the
if you
dress,
probably
the
watch
dress
it, but
activates the ring somehow.
no, the ring is what activates the dress.
Yeah, the cartoon
Oh.
character. I don't know if you were noticing the cartoon, but there's no real masculine or feminine features to any of the characters except for short and long hair and boy clothes and girl clothes.
Hmm.
So the ring, all it does is put a dress on you and makes your hair long.
Oh, okay.
And gives
Got
you
you.
superpowers.
Yeah, it gives you super strength and stuff.
Yeah. But no, that show needed to be canceled because
That's
no
far too.
trans.
That's far too woke. That's far too woke. Why would you give? Why would the female be the strong one? What the fuck's wrong with you people?
I don't know, but I would ban him from sports.
I don't particularly care for any shows where women are tossing men around like rag dolls.
But it's not a woman. Well, it's I guess maybe biologically a woman when they put the ring on. But it's
No,
a dude.
no. He's still male. You don't get.
Oh,
male.
okay.
He's just.
He's
So he's just cross dressing. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, they would call
Yeah, it
cross
said dress like a girl.
No, you can't call them cross dressers. You'll get arrested. But that's what they were
In
called.
what,
can
in
call
what
them-
principality?
You can call them cross dressers if they're still a guy and they identify as a guy. They just
Oh.
put clothes on.
Yeah, pretty much.
And you can actually still call the trans person a man too. So
I mean,
good luck with that. I
not
do it.
really.
Not
Not in
but
Canada.
You do it.
Yeah, maybe not in
God, I
Canada.
remember-
The communist
Oh,
hellscape
God.
of Canada.
I remember.
Yeah.
I remember when you went in the Nox server when the pagans were there. And you remember
Pagans?
that server?
Yeah. Knock had
So
a
a
bunch
group?
of pagans in his circle for a while. No, they were like pagan pagans. They were like
Oh, he's
Norse
into-
mythology pagans.
Okay. Spiritualism,
Yeah,
red
and
flag. Yeah. If someone says
they
that they're
were-
spiritual, that's a red flag.
they were. It was Sokka and someone else. There was a couple people I was friends with.
Barney as well.
Barney.
What happened to
And then-
Sokka? What happened to Barney?
I don't know what happened to Barney.
They're out there doing their own thing, and
Did he join a cult?
Sokka's busy being a seaman.
yes,
And yeah.
and Barney is I don't know.
Anyway, that's who it was. The pagans kicked them out of Nox server. So I was like, I'm in Nox server. I want to get kicked out too.
You
So
know,
Oh wait, this is the middle of my story. Damn it! I went in there, and they got kicked out because they were talking about the Norse story where Thor puts a dress on to fool a giant. Right? They do like a marriage or something, but it fools the giant so Thor can get something from the giant. I forget like the
I think the giant
but
kidnapped his sister. Kidnapped
Yeah.
his sister.
Okay, that's what it was. And all I did, there was some back and forth. We were talking about the story, and I said a dress is not what makes a woman. And then they banned me,
So controversial.
which I don't understand because, as them being trans people, surely they agree a dress is not what makes the woman.
nothing makes a mom woman, according to them. Do you guys remember Kermit?
Who?
That guy was the funniest, and he didn't really have a channel. He would just go on other people's channel with that voice, and then he would play the music in the background.
Oh yeah,
You
I think I
remember
think I know
Kermit?
what you're talking about.
Does anybody know what happened? If that guy had a channel, I swear I would just watch his videos all day. This guy was hilarious, and he would play the music in the background, the violin music, as he went off on someone for whatever reason. He would just pick someone and he would just go off on him. You guys remember Kermit? And he had the voice of Kermit the Frog. I know, sir.
Hey,
You've
I
been
know,
around.
I know,
You've been around.
I know.
Yeah,
you're saying
I don't
Kermit.
remember him a lot though. I remember him.
He was around for about a few years, like back in the, and I saw him pop up back in the Google Plus days, and I saw him pop up a couple times of late in the past 5 years. But I don't know. I never found out what his channel, if he had one. I mean, this guy he was great, man.
Well, I mean, if you
Could've
see him, in the YouTube chat, that would be his YouTube channel name. You just
I
copy
think
it.
I saw him come on to G-Man's channel. Was the last time I seen him. So on G-Man's channel, he came on and did his thing and did his little. Oh man, I don't think I can find that video though, because G-Man just revamped his channel. So
Right on that note, good night, pretty shiny peoples. Not you,
Good
Jill.
night.
Ow,
Ow!
not a shiny person.
No,
Ow.
you're a dull gray.
You know, yeah,
Good night.
All right, good night.
Christians don't wear shiny things, especially the men. Especially the men.
Really?
No jewelry.
Don't wear any shiny
for the-
things.
Well, the wedding band,
Okay.
which I
Belt
don't.
buckle.
I meant jewelry.
Ah, okay. Okay.
I don't even think men should wear cologne.
What the fuck?
Seriously, I don't think a man should be trying to be smelled. What the heck is wrong with you?
The- I mean,
I don't know. I like it when the woman smells me a little bit. So
Why are you
Oh,
trying
well,
to be
see, there you go.
smelled?
I
the heck
mean,
is wrong with
because people are gonna smell you regardless of whether you want it or
But you're a
not.
man. Why do you want other people to smell you? Well, you're a man. I don't understand that. It's
You're making my brain hurt, Jill. You handle this, Serb.
I thought the idea of putting cologne on is that they wouldn't smell you. They'd smell the cologne. But okay.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so Jill is like, what the fuck, my dude?
it's just diva-ish to me. Like a man putting on, oh, I'm gonna smell good today. What? What's wrong with you? Like,
So do you?
I know, but what
do you wanna
about-
smell like sweat? Go
I
ahead.
use Irish Spring. That makes me smell like an Irish Spring. Does that
the
count?
only thing you should smell like is motor oil. Rub
What?
a couple of,
Am I changing oil all day long? Like,
rub some of that on your back of your neck, right here, in the side of your neck, and under your armpit.
You have very weird views
No.
of masculinity.
Watch
You know,
that
kinda-
testosterone rate just start rising midnight.
because you're poisoning your skin with motor oil.
Dude, Jesus
I
Christ.
know. I use my motor oil to preserve my tools. I'm not going to use it for lotion.
Feel a little bit under dab, put a dab behind the ear.
Wait, Jill, are you telling me that you're the only black man on Earth that doesn't use lotion for skin?
No, I do not.
Wow.
Ashy motherfucker.
Nope. No lotion. I mean, when I was a young lad, trying
Young
to impress
lad.
the
You
young
know, like,
ladies.
what the fuck?
When I became an adult, put away childish things.
Shut the fuck up with that thing, honestly. Even C.S. Lewis was against that stupid thing. About being childish. Putting away childish things.
I mean,
Now,
even
Coco-
me. I mean,
Coco
I don't use lotion.
Cocoa
At least
butter.
not generally. But even every once in a while, when I'm outside a lot in the sun, I get ashy looking. I know you get ashy looking.
Well, I mean, I can't get ashy looking because albinism and skin cancer. I know.
Yeah, but you get
but,
ashy. You just can't see it.
Yeah, it's just dry skin. That's all.
Fair enough. I don't want cancer.
I usually just scrub it off. I don't bother lotion. Like I prefer to get the dead skin off me than lotion it up. But
I think I'm gonna call Old Spice with that idea. I just came up. I'm gonna patent that before one of you go and run and try to become a millionaire on my idea. Motor oil, real men of genius.
motor oil
Yeah, good luck
deodorant.
with that.
It's called deodorant, not odorant.
Diesel. The D's for diesel.
Oh man, that gave me flashbacks.
Gasoline.
my mother of all people, one year, got me cologne that smelled like diesel.
Seriously? They
Yeah,
actually
I
make
was like,
cologne that mix
I was
like
like,
diesel?
what the fuck is this?
That exists? I didn't. It was just a joke. I didn't know it
No,
actually existed. Oh well, there goes my
it
idea.
wasn't called diesel, right? It
Oh,
didn't say
just
diesel, but it smelled exactly like diesel gasoline.
was that on purpose or was it?
It has to be. I was like, I don't, unless it was just, I can't think of anyone that would make that. They would have to smell it and not go, this smells like gasoline.
I mean, do I go?
Oh, I've been here for almost an hour and not one Bible question. Wow, you guys are learning that I'm probably the one that can answer all your questions, and you fear me
No,
because,
you fucking idiot! It's because
uh,
we're not
because
interested in that.
if I answer your question, then you won't have an excuse when you get to stand before our Lord on Judgment Day. You won't be able to say no one's ever answered this question.
Okay, Jill, does
Yeah,
your God
I don't
exist?
care.
So that's why you rather wait until someone like Hillary's email comes in and he'll give you some answer from some authority other than the Bible.
I mean, wouldn't God be an authority other than the Bible?
Full preterist guy. Who's that guy? What's his name? Preterist? Full preterist?
Oh, I've never
That's
seen
the,
him. I don't think.
yeah, that's the guy that you guys are featuring now. William Freeman.
Oh, did he have his name as full
Holy.
preterist?
Oh, let me show you the video that I
Certainly.
made for William. Now he's gonna
Oh,
say that I'm
you're making a video too. Wonderful.
already
Now
already made it.
now we need is Mr. Lizard's video and we're set.
I already made it. I told William that the ball's in his court, so I'm waiting for him to pick a day and a time. And so the video has been created, William. You can run, but you can't hide from ever.
Oh, isn't that adorable?
He reminds me of one of those Jason films. Friday the 13th. I have the axe, William.
I thought you were gonna go with Jason Bourne.
Jason Bourne still making films?
Not anymore, as far as I know. But I mean, they made so many of those, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're still making them.
I mean, the next Friday the 13th is in October.
Really?
Yeah.
I kind of want another Saw movie. I mean, unless the story is basically done, but
The what movie?
Saw movie.
Saw.
Yeah, SAW.
Yeah. You don't know that? Have you never seen the movie?
No, I've seen all of them. I just wish they would. Just kind of wish they make another one.
Oh. I stopped caring after the second one, so
Fair.
I thought the first two were good. I started to watch. I watched most of the third one. I was like, nah. I liked it when I could look at the bad guy and go, you know what? He's not wrong. What he's doing's wrong, but the reasoning behind it isn't wrong.
Yeah.
It started to get too convoluted. Like this. I thought you were dying from cancer, sir. Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, he was dying from cancer.
Yeah, it only took him like 5 movies or something.
Well, no.
He's still alive?
He died in the third movie. All the other movies are flashbacks. All the other movies are just flashbacks, or you know what I mean. They're explaining what happens in the other movies, right? Because if you remember, in one movie, Dr. Gordon comes back, and he was the one.
Oh, I barely remember. I remember the first movie really well because the first movie is the best, I'm sure, by far.
Well, yeah, of course. The best movie, the first movie can't be topped. Like I honestly liked the first three movies. The other movies were like, yeah, I get they're important to the story as they go through the
Yeah.
background of it, but
Like yeah, like they're following the villain's story, right?
yeah,
But really, the first movie, the villain's story is like the setup. It's not really the whole. It's not the meat of the. It's not the meat of the movie.
yeah,
The meat of the movie is like all philosophical and head twisty.
yeah. I was like, that. The first time I saw the movie, I was like, what the fuck? That guy was alive the whole time, and I love the music. I just love it.
I'm sharing my screen.
If you must. What the fuck? You know what? You know what? You know what? You have more credibility. You have more. I hate to say this, but you have more credibility than Mr. Lizard right now. Okay.
I told you, William, the video would be created.
Why
All right.
37 days? What the fuck are you doing?
No,
What are you waiting
because
for?
I'm not. I'm waiting for him. That's what I told him. I'll change the date if once he decides when he can.
37 days? What the
No,
fuck?
I just created the stream and scheduled it out for what I just picked the date way out when, just so that it doesn't expire by the time he comes up with the answer. So, William,
That's a cute raccoon face, I'll give you that.
the Epic of Gilgamesh
Look at that.
waiting.
Those eyes are so big. Like, what the fuck? Like, what? Like,
It's
what am
ready
I
for-
doing? What is my head doing on this fucking statue? What's going on? I'm so confused.
That's the thumbnail. So, William, I asked him what his evidence was. The reason why I created that stream is because I asked William what his evidence against Christianity was, or give us one of the evidences against our faith, and he said the Epic of Gilgamesh. So,
I mean, historically, the Epic of Gilgamesh is the inspiration for the flood story. But what do I know?
well, then you need to watch.
Well,
maybe you'll need to watch the video then.
no, not. It's the Epic of Gilgamesh really isn't believed to be the inspiration for it, because the Epic of like the whole entire flood's just kind of mentioned in passing. There is a lost story that the Sumerians, Babylonians had that is referenced in the Epic of Gilgamesh. That's the inspiration for the.
I see.
The Urudu of Genesis is even older.
So the hold on a sec. So so the entire story of the entire Epic of Gilgamesh isn't the inspiration. Just the flood part which is itself is a reference to. Okay, yeah, I got it.
I shouldn't say it's entirely lost. This large chunks of it are lost. We have some of the flood story.
Yeah.
We have several flood stories.
But the keep on say I forget if it's keep on to say Babylonian.
The Urudu of Genesis. You've heard of that?
But
I'm not pronouncing it right. I'm sure. The Urudu of Genesis is even older than the Epic of Gilgamesh.
The Urudu.
The extant copies are even older.
All I hear is Redo of Healer.
Urudu. Let me see if I can get a spelling or pronunciation.
That was me being a dick.
It's called the Urudu of Genesis, Sumerian text. Sumerian. Yeah.
Okay, but that's where the Epic of Gilgamesh is Sumerian.
Yeah, but it says it's even older than the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Yeah.
So, if anything, the Epic of Gilgamesh borrowed from it.
But I don't think. You're saying Genesis, and it might be called Genesis, but it's not.
Genesis just means beginning.
It's not the Bible Genesis.
Right.
No. No, it's the Urudu Genesis. It's a Sumerian flood story.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's what I was mentioning. We have parts of it, and we don't have the whole thing.
Yeah, they have a whole creation myth too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he says that this is evidence against our faith. So I'm interested to see what um what he's going to argue.
Well, I mean, if you're a Jew and you don't take that story to be literal, then it wouldn't be a concern that there are older versions of that story in the same region that are different. But I think Christians tend to
Um,
take that story literally, don't they?
there's a few assumptions you're making, or there's a few. I would call them. For one, you're assuming that because it's an earlier text that it's therefore more trustworthy because it's an older
No, I
text.
wasn't talking about any kind of trustworthiness. I don't
You
think
said,
I don't think any of them are trustworthy as in they're literal.
well, you
He's just
said that
literally saying
well,
that
you
it
said
came
that it,
first.
you said that the literal, if you take it literally, then it's a problem because there were older texts that says something
Yeah,
different.
yeah.
So you're assuming that the older text therefore had the literal correct
No,
rendering.
no. I'm saying that the text that you're taking to be literally true, there, there's clearly based on earlier stories that are really similar but different that we have.
It's based on earlier events. That's what scholars have concluded. Common inheritance.
Yeah, like maybe let's just say there was a flood, right? But if your story is the farthest away from the flood in the list of all the stories about the flood, it's very likely that your version of the story is just kind of copied and a twisted or a change on a previous story that may or may not have
Yeah,
been
but
true.
there's no evidence of that. And these civilizations would have been separated or isolated. So
No, they were
there's
all
no
right next to each other.
right. So right, they separate. Eventually, they separated, and then we get all of these stories.
I mean, no, they're all right. All the ones I'm talking about are all right next to each other.
So they could have been
Relatively
trading
speaking,
partners.
anyway. Sorry, go ahead,
Right,
Hillary.
that's what we would expect, right? When there's this actual event, we would expect stories to spawn off from that event,
Yeah, yeah.
and
There's just
even
some.
from
We know
even in the
some of those
things,
stories are much older than the other stories.
right? But well, how age to me is a non-factor, but
It should be a
the
factor.
the no, it shouldn't really.
Really,
But
you don't think
the
it matters?
no, because the first one to write about 9/11 doesn't move the proverbial ball forward. So when 9/11 happened, there were several publications, several news outlets writing on it,
Yeah,
and you get different stories, right?
yeah, yeah. But all those stories being really close to the event. If they're
Right.
intended to be historical, you would expect them to be relatively accurate,
And
right? But
they all talk about the buildings being hit, but there could be some stories that have
right,
been corrupted,
right.
right?
But now, three
So
thousand years from now, and we lose all record of the actual happening. We don't have those original stories anymore. And what we have is a series of reiterations from then to now. And then we discover our newest version of the story is actually just retelling and like a slight change on previous versions of the story. And that we don't even probably have the original story. And
well,
you're telling me
then well,
timeline doesn't matter.
right? No, it does not, according to ancient scholars. Um,
Who?
they don't
Names.
consider having the
Credits.
original. What's that?
names. Who? We go down according to scholars. Okay, who?
Textual critics, they don't consider to having, like a Bart Ehrman, for instance, they don't consider having the original to be something, a criteria we would use, or being first to write about an event, an ancient event. In modern times, that might be
Why
something
can't
we
it?
would use,
Why
but not.
can't the story just be fiction? Like why?
Yeah,
Why
Well,
does it have to
whether
be
it's
based
fiction
on
or
an
whether
actual
it's
event?
fiction or not is, again, whether it's fiction or not is not speaking to which one is valid.
Well,
but
So
Joe,
you don't have to believe it,
my
but
point is, right, since we don't have any of the original stories,
we don't have the original story,
and
any ancient story.
yeah, I know.
So
But then,
why are
but
we
we do
even speaking on that then?
have copies and different versions of the stories from
Right.
different time periods, going
Exactly.
through
That's what
time,
I would
and
expect. That's what I would
then one of
predict.
the newest versions of those stories is the story in the Bible.
That's what I would predict. Yeah. I would
Yeah.
predict that there would be an event, and then there would be corrupted flood accounts, and then it would be an actual line of transmission that actually had the story, the real McCoy. That's what I would expect. I would expect if 9/11 were to happen, a disaster were to happen, I would expect there to be a bunch of tabloids floating around with a bunch of conspiracy theories and flooding your text with a bunch of moody, capricious gods, right? And then I would expect them to be a real McCoy.
Really, you would
Yeah,
expect over a few thousand years that there would be one single
I would.
line of
Yes, I would
transmission
expect.
that never changed anything and got it perfect.
I would be able to test whether or not that were the case. It would be different tests I could
Really?
use. Yeah.
Okay, well, go find me the evidence that says Noah's flood is true, but the flood
Well,
for the
they all
Sumerians
are
is
claiming.
false.
Well, they were all claiming a flood. So whether the flood
Okay.
is true is, again, not something that's going to move the proverbial ball. Whether or not the
Well, I mean, it's
actual
pretty
flood
important if you're
happened.
going to say the story's true.
Well, they're all claiming. So if they're
Okay.
all false, they're all false. But which
Yeah,
one
they could all
is
be false.
okay? So the event never happened, or there wasn't a flood, actual flood, and then you had
Well, yeah, there
legendary
was
corruption.
there was no flood for that covered the whole earth.
There's no flood that covered the whole earth.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of the texts communicate such, any of the legends, but just a
I'm
major deluge.
pretty sure that's what's in the Bible. That's the version
yeah,
of the
the
story in the
great
Bible. is the
flood,
whole
right?
earth.
The great flood that covered the earth. The people, Christians still believe in that. Oh, it was the
Even
great
covered the
flood.
mountaintops.
Yeah.
That's a that's a debate within the Christian faith. But so they all proposed that there was a major flood. True.
Yeah.
The details are different.
As far as I'm concerned,
Yes.
it's pretty much always a world covering flood.
I don't know if the epic of the root of Genesis was the flood covered the whole world. Neither can I say that for the Bible. But they all had the same thing in common. They all had a flood, a major flood. Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, all the flood stories have a major flood.
Okay, all right. And so that's where they came from. That's where these stories came from. A common inheritance. That's the best explanation. An actual event.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Right. So we have to figure out the rest of the details. I mean, hash out the rest of the whatever. Now that we know that they all came from, they're all writing from the same event. Now we have to look at other things to determine which one's reliable.
Well,
We
I mean, none
can't
of them are
look at
reliable.
original because none of them have an original copy. Can't use that. So
None of them
that's
are
why.
historically viable.
Well, if you're going to eliminate all of these ancient texts by using criteria that none of them meet, then we can throw out all of the ancient world. So why don't we use criteria where we can actually narrow
What are you talking
down
about?
Okay, of
I'm
these
not.
texts.
My criteria wouldn't throughout the whole entire ancient world.
Well, you'd have to if you're going to suggest that there's no original copy. Therefore,
I'm not saying that because there's no original copy. My criteria for there being a world flood is that evidence water covered the whole earth
well,
in a flood.
again, they don't all claim the water covered the whole earth. So,
All
what
the
are
ones
we
I
using?
know of do. Like even the Chinese one does.
Well, I would say the Bible doesn't. So,
So it
But the
covers the
Bible does not.
mountaintops. It covers the mountaintops, but not the whole earth.
Mount Ararat.
Yeah, I think the point was the waters were receding on the 40th day.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's the
So
the
over
narrative.
Mount Ararat. That's a mountain, yeah.
Yeah, at the end of the story, when the waters were
Right.
receding, there was a mountain poking out from the water. Yes.
Okay. Well, like I said, that's a debate within Christianity. So whenever that's the case, the Bible never actually
Okay,
cares to tell us.
the story, as far as I remember, says there was a global flood. Like, did
It doesn't.
Noah?
I mean, it doesn't say global.
It says the whole earth.
Yeah,
So
it says
then
the
we
whole
have to
earth.
get to what they mean by whole earth.
Yeah,
Do they just mean their local trading area or the part that they're aware of? Or do they mean the actual whole planet?
Well, I'm assuming since the Bible's not incorrect that it says the whole earth, it means the whole earth, right?
yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Well, here's how I would look at it. If we're going to, I would not use the criteria that's going to eliminate all of my ancient relics. Okay, I would use whether they actually correspond to history and evidence, and the Genesis account does. So that's how we can flush out
Yeah,
the real McCoy.
there's no evidence of a global flood or of a singular couple.
Well, again, you keep going back to that, but
2,000
that's
years
not
back.
part of the
There's
story.
There's
That's
no
not part of the
evidence that
biblical
animals
story.
popped out essentially out of magical nowhere. There's nothing in Genesis matches to evidence.
Well, what evidence are you looking for?
And physical evidence on the earth.
Evidence that animals can come from out of nowhere? What?
Yeah, where they just poof and they're here.
That's not what the text says.
They're spoken into being.
The text didn't say he poofed the animals on and they were on the ark.
I don't know. Being spoken to me is being poofed.
Right.
But anyway, and there are some supernatural aspects to these stories. So to ask for physical support for those supernatural claims.
Well, I mean, how would we gather supernatural evidence?
You can.
Supernaturally.
They're supernatural.
Okay, so there's no evidence. Just like I said, there's no evidence.
Not all of the story is supernatural. There are some natural aspects to the story that we can examine. Just like in the Epic of Gilgamesh, there are supernatural claims about moody, capricious gods. It's the same thing with the Erudu of Genesis. So if we just examine the historical claims and not be fixated on the supernatural ones, because you do have an anti-supernatural bias. So of course that's your default.
Do I?
If we just look at the historical claims, where it was, the people, the places, the cities, the Bible is superior. It outdoes all of the other.
It doesn't. But nothing in it. There's no evidence for anything in it. How does it outdo anything?
Okay, all right. The people, the places actually existed. There were no made-up stories, capricious, made-up people that are just like an actual parable, or not a parable, but I'm thinking of more of a fable, like Aesop's fable.
I mean, there's no evidence of Adam.
Okay. Well, we're talking about
Eve.
the flood.
Well, I thought we were talking about Genesis. You said Genesis, but okay.
Right, we're talking about the flood story.
Yeah, there's no evidence for anything in the flood story except for maybe Mount Ararat.
Again, to say that there's no evidence for someone who lived 10,000, 20,000 years ago, it's just.
So you agree there's no evidence?
Waste of time. Like,
right.
What
you agree there's no evidence?
You expect for? What do you want? Adam's sandals? Like,
no,
what evidence
no.
do you expect
I mean, I would expect though there be evidence of a global flood.
Oh, okay. Well, the Bible doesn't teach a global flood, so you have to find something else.
It just says the whole earth.
Okay, that's fine. Like I said, that's a debate
what's
within
the difference
Christianity.
what's the difference between whole
the word
earth
Eretz
and
there
global?
doesn't necessarily mean the whole earth, like actual globe. Okay.
How big do you think this flood was? Tell us.
Well, there are different theories. I like a good
Well, you're saying it's true, so what's
resource.
true in the book?
A
Tell
good
me what's in the
resource I
book.
would recommend is Matt Raw.
Why are
He
we
did a
going outside the
documentary.
Bible? You said the
We're not
Bible
going outside
interprets
the Bible. He
itself,
did a
so the
documentary
Bible
on the
tells you how big the
Genesis.
flood was. How big was the
No, the
flood?
Bible does not tell us how big the flood was.
So it's an
That's why
indeterminate
there's a
size.
debate. That's why there's a debate because the Bible doesn't care to tell us that.
So it
Here's what it
doesn't say
says.
the whole earth.
It
It
says
doesn't mean the whole earth when it says it.
the word eretz there doesn't necessarily mean the entire globe. Okay, that's why there's a
Okay.
debate between Christians.
What could it mean other than the whole earth?
Well, eretz could mean that the so there's different theories. For one theory I like is Matt Ross' theory that there were just catastrophic events happening, in populated areas, earthquakes, and they actually believe that there was a Pangea and that the actual deep waters of the deep actually broke open, like the actual land masses actually cracking. That's where we get the faults and today. And so there are different theories as to how you can have a catastrophic event worldwide without the world being covered in water. Because I know that's one of your tropes that they like to bring. That's virtually impossible. Well, the text doesn't necessarily communicate that, but what I would
Well,
do
no,
is
it actually is possible. There's enough water in the earth to cover the whole surface.
okay. All right. Well, if you don't believe that happened,
There's
that's
just no
fine.
evidence that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence that the text said it happened.
I mean, whole earth though is kind of
It's not explicit, but like I said, there's a debate. But they all have one
Well,
thing in common.
I know. The
They
interpretation of the Bible, the story has changed many, many times over the millennia.
No, it hasn't changed. There's always been two views because the Bible never cares to tell us. Just like there's always been two views or three views on Genesis 6 and who the sons of gods are. So whenever
Yes,
there's
occurs to me. Sorry, I was wanting to talk.
whenever there's an uncertainty or there's a debate within Christianity, it's because the Bible never really cares to tell us or to
Okay,
be
well,
clear.
if you can't tell me what it actually means, then how could we ever have evidence that it's the more accurate one compared to
You
other?
know what, Talk? I was just gonna send you the link, but I forgot it was pinned. Hello.
Wait,
One way
right in
is
the
to
middle.
look at the evidence. The evidence, what
Evidence of this thing you don't know what it says.
Well, if you let me finish the sentence, I can tell you.
How
what
does he
the
not know what
evidence
he
is.
says if he can read it? Oh yeah, got you there.
If I can finish the sentence, so one of the evidences we can determine within the text is the dimensions of the ark, whether or not this would be a vessel that can actually float. And according to theoretical physicists, it could. Theoretically, the boat could float, as opposed to the other boats that were created and the dimensions were given, and theoretically they could not float.
Jill, it's made
or
of wood.
survive even a 10-foot wave.
Jill,
let
it's
alone
made of wood.
100-foot waves that
No,
would have been.
Jill, it's made of wood. It could be a solid block of wood. It'd still float. That's not
The Epic of Gilgamesh boat. What was that made of?
wood.
Okay. You think that's all that
The problem is the measurements of the biblical ark given, wood, nails, and pitch.
What else do you know
wouldn't
about?
hold together. It would just fall apart.
It was made of the rubber tree.
What else do you know about the Epic of Gilgamesh boat?
Not a whole lot. It doesn't cover a whole lot.
It could not float. The dimensions could not float. It's a cube.
Why couldn't it float?
It's a cube shape.
You can make wood into any shape and it would float.
It would have capsized.
Yeah, because rafts aren't usually squared.
Yeah, it would have capsized. I mean, if you want to get on a cube-shaped boat in 100-foot waves, be my guest.
I defy you to take a piece of wood and carve it into a shape that won't float.
We're not asking if your cubed ABCs will float in your bathtub, sir. We are talking about 100-foot waves. We are not talking about your bathtub where you're playing with your little kid, your toddler, and he's got the ABC blocks and they're floating. Okay, it would have capsized. That's the point. Okay,
Joe, I don't think
physicists
it
have
gives.
already
Actually, that
studied
that
this.
goes into icebergs because again, it's like only the 10% is going to stay up on top of flow. The rest is going to be submerged. So all you would need would be the 10% above the water. It didn't matter if how huge of its shape was, because even with the wave, it would still just go up and down and with the buoyancy.
First
It
off,
just
it's already been shown that wood, given the technology, wood, the Noah's Ark wouldn't survive the ocean.
That's
It wouldn't even
false.
survive. It wouldn't even
I have a
survive.
report from
It wouldn't even survive floating. It would break apart.
that's false. Not according
Canned
to
hams.
grad
Canned hams.
students.
Canned hams. Arc. Canned hams arc. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
he
didn't
tried to do
explode.
it. He tried to do it, but he couldn't do it. They had to bring in a bunch of other modern technology to hold it together.
$100 million gone to waste. Oh,
Yeah,
I feel like that's
I
a
think
bad argument.
the idea was that I think he was going to actually have it floating in a lake that they would make, and that he couldn't do it.
Yeah, I don't know if he made his boat the same as just the boat in the scriptures, but an actual study was done.
Measurements. The
Kinham,
measurements
an
are
actual
exact.
study was done by actual advanced physics students at Lancaster, and they determined that it could boat. It could float.
Yeah, wood floats.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it could survive in the actual
I would like to see
catastrophic
that
event.
study because
Yeah,
I've seen multiples of them that say the opposite.
Yeah.
Did we have a person building it in real life? And it didn't
No,
work
they
either.
probably use some sort
Yeah,
of
if you
simulation.
find a study,
Yeah, they probably use a simulation. It's
But a
you
side
can
note,
Google it. It's like
but a side note, I don't think the Sumerian version of the flood gives dimensions for the boat.
Yeah, it does in the scripture.
In the scripture, no, the Sumerian version of the flood story, not the scriptures.
Oh, the Epic of Gilgamesh, it does give the dimensions.
The Epic of Gilgamesh doesn't talk about the boat.
Yeah, it does.
No, the only mention of the flood in the Epic of Gilgamesh is when Gilgamesh seeks out the guy who survived the flood to ask him about immortality.
Well, we're talking about the flood story from that epic. Okay, so if you don't want to call it the Epic of Gilgamesh, then fine. But there's a story from that region, and then there's a Sumerian story, and then of course we have the Aztecs have a flood story also, don't they?
Yeah, but the Aztecs one though isn't global.
Yeah, right. Neither is the Bible's.
Okay, but what is it?
They were recording what was going on in their area. That's what they were recording. So we believe that in every area, in every segment of the earth was experiencing these issues. But every inch of the earth does not need to be covered in water for God to only leave Noah and his sons.
I mean, there were people living in the mountains. So if that was the goal, you really would need to flood all the way up to the mountains.
Mountainese.
Aside from that, if you can't tell me exactly what the Bible means when it talks about like the size of the flood, I'm not sure how you're going to compare it with other works to see how much better it matches possible reality.
Well, I'll look at the boat. I mean, if all of them describe a boat, I'm going to look at the boat to see whether or not it theoretically would float. And in an actual disaster like that, not in a bathtub. And the Lancaster University physics students were astonished to find out that it would. And their boat would not. So that's one. That's one evidence I would use.
But it doesn't give measurements for the Sumerian boat.
It does describe it as being a cubed shape.
Okay, but yeah, a cube-shaped boat will float.
It would capsize in that type of event. We're not talking about sailing in your backyard.
Depends how you make it.
We're talking about
If it's an enclosed,
catastrophic
if it's in a,
events.
if it's an enclosed cube, capsizing doesn't mean anything.
Oh, so now they were in an enclosed cube, like some
Well,
sort of game
you're saying
show.
it's a cube, right?
But is that a game show now? With who's the guy? David, what's his name? Dwayne Wade, where you get in this cube. It's called the cube or something like that, isn't it? That's the
Yeah,
new
I
game
don't know
show.
why you're trying to distract from it.
Well, no, I'm just saying you brought up the idea that they were actually in the cube. Well, no,
Well,
they
you're
were.
saying the boats
It's
was a
boat.
cube,
It's a
right?
boat, not an airship. So they were on top of the cube. So it would have definitely capsized. Just like um, if you want to stand on a cube in 100-foot waves, 50 to 100-foot waves, and you think you're not going to capsize, then go ahead, be my guest. I mean, you better have scuba diver gear on. That's for sure.
Let's see, because I don't remember it being a cube either, but I don't see why a cube wouldn't float.
Yeah,
I
do we
know
have
Noah's
any-
Yeah,
Noah's boat
he's
will
going back to
survive.
his vomit, saying float, float, float. Look, I'm
Do
not
we have any
saying that the
reference
cube
saying that
could
it's a
not
cube?
float. I'm saying that it would have floated, yeah,
Well,
but it
that's
would
well,
have
that's what I'm
capsized
looking
as
up
soon as the
now.
first wave hit it.
Because I don't think it actually describes the boat at all. It is other than saying there is a boat that they built a boat.
Nerdy's got a good point. Using information which disagrees with me to support me. I don't know. I don't know why physics is even all that important. I would think a hydrologist would be the person, or a structural engineer. But did the Ark have internal timber ribbing? Because I would think they would make it like a whale's rib cage and spine to make the keel and the side stiff.
It doesn't. I don't think the Bible describes any of that.
Okay.
Right. It gives the dimensions, and then people
Just
based on
describe
modern
whatever
knowledge.
they want.
Well, people based on modern knowledge have guessed that this is the best way to do it,
Uh-huh.
and no one can get it to work
Right.
without like a bunch of modern technology to seal it up properly and like a bunch of extra stuff. But if you were just making like an old-fashioned boat where it's wood, pitch, and nails,
Mm-hmm.
there's no way to make it.
I don't
falls
think he
apart.
used nails.
Oh yeah,
you're
he might not
right.
even use nails. I mean, wooden nails, pegs. You could use pegs.
Okay.
It's the Erudu of Genesis. It's the older story. The what do you call those alien creatures?
Not,
The Anunnaki.
yeah.
Right. It's that version that is the cube. So that would
Okay,
that
but
would
like you said, the earliest version might be wrong. So
yeah,
maybe
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think this proves this earlier version is at least corrupted. At least corrupted.
I think was it Atrasis is the oldest.
This is older than the Epic of Gilgamesh.
But you're saying it's not the Atrasis. It's not in the Epic of Gilgamesh.
No,
You
this
said
is
it's the
the Rudu. 120 cubits by 120 equal length. Had 6 decks divided into 7 and 9 compartments. It had water plugs in the middle.
See, I can't even find what you're talking
It's
about. I'm only aware.
link.
Got the link?
Yeah.
Sounds like something like
Oh, okay. He was okay. I was spelling it.
kid would make in the backyard or something. Is this Wikipedia? I got this from Gilgamesh Flood Myth.
Okay,
But it's
to
saying Gilgamesh Flood Myth.
Britannica
but
and
this is-
sites.psu.edu wisdom, the oldest story, whatever. Go ahead. Is anyone screen sharing?
No.
Yeah, Sumerian creation myth on Wikipedia also has it, and it describes the flood myth. And yeah, it's Enki, the god of the underworld, sea of fresh water, sky, Lord breath.
Oh, okay. There's 2 links there.
Parallels.
Gilgamesh was discovered in Nineveh, the city that Richard Dawkins and Hitchens used to say didn't exist when I was a kid. Remember that? Back in the 90s? Oh, Nineveh. Yeah, it's a biblical mythology. Those Hittites, they never existed. How can these Christians believe in it? Bum, bum, bum.
Okay, just because they were wrong about that doesn't mean they were wrong about everything else.
Well, just beware of the argument from silence. I know you guys like to use the argument from silence a lot, but it's just reminding you it bit you in the behind a few times before. Same thing with the pools of Siloam.
It's never bit me in behind because I don't argue it doesn't exist because there's no evidence. I argue there's no reason to believe that it's there because there's no evidence.
Right, which is essentially what they did with Nineveh. There was no reason to believe that it was there because there's no evidence. That's an argument from silence. Yeah.
No, it's not.
Okay. Okay. All right. You want to play semantic and musical chairs? You remind me of Jay Passick.
Is it? Do you not know the difference between believing it's not there, period, and then not believing that it is there? You not know the difference between those 2 things?
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a logical entailment.
Sure. Go ahead and explain.
Well, when you positively believe that something doesn't exist, you're claiming something.
Okay.
And when you're saying, I simply don't believe that it's there because I haven't seen any evidence that there is, you're saying that there's no reason for me to believe it's there. I'm going to act as if it isn't there until I see evidence. Show me evidence. Then I'll believe.
Yeah, that's a provisional suspension of belief.
That's too nuanced for someone like you, though, Joe. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. So they didn't believe that it existed, and they said it didn't exist.
Yeah,
so
people did at Detroit, too.
They did both. Yeah, they did both. They said that we were fools for believing that it existed because the Bible says it, and there was no.
I don't remember anyone saying that about Nineveh, but you are older than me.
You don't remember it in like '93? It was discovered in '93. I was a kid.
No, I mean the people, the supposed atheists saying that Christians are stupid for believing it.
Yeah, they used to say Hitchens. Back in the '90s, Jesus Seminar, John Dominic Crossan, Elaine Pagel, right? She's resurrected from the dead, but she was around a long time ago. The old liberal scholars, back when I was a kid, and they would debate Habermas and who was the other guy? William Lane Craig. William Lane Craig came later, believe it or not. He was later on the scene. But that's back when you actually can get it.
I've seen a lot of old footage. I don't remember any. I mean, I should say major atheists because it's not like I watched all of them. But I don't remember any of them mentioning Nineveh.
Oh well, they would mention. It's innuendo. It's the same thing they do today. They wouldn't actually write it in a book or debate it, but they would just put out there and put these statements out. Oh, people who believe in pools of Siloam are fools. There's no evidence for that. On talk shows, they would go on late night shows and laugh and mock, but they would never actually debate or actually engage with someone in these fields. Of course, they're liberals.
This sounds like something that Christians do commonly, not just Christians, but I'm talking to a Christian, where they put words in someone's mouth and pretend like the words they're putting in is what they're meaning, like they're trying to read their mind, and then they go out into the rest of the world claiming that person said that thing even though they didn't. Just, it's okay, Jill. There's plenty of things they could say you're stupid for believing in the Bible, but I don't remember any of them saying that you're stupid for believing in the town of Nineveh.
Oh, I mean, do your research. There was a popular term, Denton and they would say it. They would Dawkins. I don't know who came up with the quote, who coined it, but they would say that whoever Christians who believe in the pool of Siloam and the pool of Bethesda are fools. It was actually a saying. But I mean, this isn't the first time this happened. They claimed the Hittites were biblical mythology for a long time.
None of what I'm reading gives any description of a boat in the Erudu Genesis.
Yeah. Oh well, I mean, there is a short. It's called The Big Boat. So it's described as big.
Oh, okay. I've got one here. I'm going to copy the link. And I can screen share if Midnight would like. It's up to you.
Yes, screen share, please.
Okay.
120 cubits. He actually got carpenters, and he got people to help him, according to the story.
Okay. It says that it's a large oval measuring 1,900 by 1,700 feet in diameter and rising to an elevation of 23 feet. Most of its height is made up of the ruins of blah, 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 blah.
That's the town.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I'm looking at the parts about the flood, and it only says big boat.
Yeah.
And the actual most complete version of the flood story was at the Atrasis. Doesn't mention anything about the boat like that either.
This is actually from the Epic of Gilgamesh, tablet 11, page 95 to 103, lines 1 to 203. That's what I was reading earlier. I mean, I could put this in the chat if you want to look at the article yourself. It's a Wikipedia article, so I don't know how accurate it is, but that's the citation.
We can always go to the citation at the bottom and look it up.
Oh yeah. What tablet did it say it was? It was 11.
In one section, it said the title of the article is Gilgamesh Flood Myth, but then when I get down to the tablet, I guess there's different people telling the same story from this group, so
It didn't take me to the section that you want me to read. Which is it? The tablet 11?
yeah,
Or-
tablet 11.
Okay.
There's the plan that EA leaks. Then the building of the boat. There's the dimensions.
So you know, I'm calling it at 2:30. You have
Okay.
time?
Yeah,
15
yeah, it's
minutes.
time to go to bed.
Well, yeah, 2:30. But go ahead.
Okay, building and launching the boat. 5 days later, he laid out the exterior walls of the boat about 120 cubits. It's in the building and launching of the boat section.
I'm looking.
All it says is the sides. It doesn't actually say it's a cube. So we don't know what the breadth would be.
Well, I mean, a boat could also just have two sides and not
Yeah.
be a cube.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is that we know that the length is 120 cubits, but we don't know the breadth. It says how much bitumen, oil, and other stuff they used.
It said the sides of the superstructure had equal lengths.
Yeah, the two lengths. Yeah, but it doesn't say anything about the breadth.
The sides had equal lengths.
Yeah, two sides, left and right, but we don't know about front and back.
No.
We're looking
Yeah,
at it right now,
Sides
Joe.
of the sides of the superstructure. So if I said the sides of the rectangle, that's 4 sides. So you're saying that the sides here only is opposed to two.
No, what we're saying
That's what it says.
it doesn't say anything about a cube.
Yeah, it says
Okay,
the port and the starboard side are 120, but it says nothing about the bow or the stern. So we don't know how wide it was. We don't know. Maybe it was some sort of an oval. I mean, that would make sense, like the Viking boats. It's really good, but we just don't know. Doesn't have the information. Just like we don't know about the internal ribbing on the ark. I mean, presumably they would have put it in, and they knew the fish had rib cages, but it doesn't say, so we don't know. But it's interesting in this story, God doesn't cause the flood. He doesn't want to kill everybody. It's that they choose not to spare the, not to save the people. So that's a difference.
Yeah, see, the text I was remembering is the oldest and most filled out version of the flood story, and the part where it talks about the boat being built that is missing. It's one of the gaps in the text. I think the only part of it is that it talks about its roof. Although I'm looking at it now, it does say let it be roofed from fore to aft.
Mm-hmm.
So.
So it's a rectangle.
That's one possibility. And a square is a rectangle, so it could still be a cube. We just know that, yeah, it does seem to be either a rectangle, an oval, something like that.
I'm going to guess because it's called a boat, it's probably going to be boat-shaped.
Yeah.
Well, some scholars suggest it was like a pyramid shape also.
Well, that would make sense. Yeah, I saw one video that said it was made out of cork, and that it was like a cork shaped, round on the outside, flat on the bottom and top.
Well, yeah, I mean, you get a big enough cork, that would be almost impossible.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you could flip it over with a lot of force, but it wouldn't stay flipped over.
Right.
Yeah, here's a paper.
And the weight in the bottom would kind of prevent it from staying capsized. Okay, it says for 6 days there was flood and wind that flattened the land. And the 7th day the storm was pounding like a woman in labor. So how long did this last? Was it a year? Because I always thought that the flood lasted 40 days, but then I read somewhere it was like a year, that the 40 days was just the rainy part.
Yeah, I think the 40 days is the rainy part.
Yeah, I put this paper in the side chat. This is Ronald Hindell, Department of Religious Studies, and he calls it a cube also, a huge cube.
Does he cite where he gets the information that it's a cube from?
And how much up the side would the water go?
He cites
like
the
text. What was its draft?
What was its what?
Its draft. Like how much of it extended below the water? Because if 2/3 of the cube extended below the water, then it would still probably float.
He said it looks about a seagoing ziggurat, so it probably had different levels, but I don't know if those levels went under the water.
Okay, but a seagoing ziggurat isn't a cube.
Right. It's a step
Well,
pyramid.
well, he says, but yeah, he says there's other translations that the top of the deck is a square. So if the top is a square, then it has to be a cube.
No, a ziggurat's a four-sided pyramid.
Yeah,
With the
step
top
pyramid.
square as a square.
Yeah, if you took a
Yes.
ziggurat and turned it upside down, the top
Okay, so it's
surface
an
would be
upside
square
down
shaped.
pyramid.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when they're built, right? When they're built on land, they're not upside down. But
Mhm.
if you put a pyramid in the water, the big part will be at the top.
Well, he says the ark's deck is roughly 3,600
Well,
square meters.
it could go either way. I mean, if you laden the the big part of the pyramid with the weight and only a little bit of the top pointed out of the water, then that would still work too.
3,600 square meters is
Because you're going to have the least amount of volume if the little part is at the top.
Yeah,
Well,
I guess you would need to know how far under the water it went to know what side, if it was upside down or not.
Yeah.
Well, let me read what he's found. The ark's top deck is roughly 3,600 square meters, which is equivalent to the area of the base, and the walls, both listed in Gilgamesh 11, page 57.
Okay, so are you
Or
jumping from
60 meters high?
So are you jumping from Erudu to the Epic of Gilgamesh? What's the latest story now?
I figured it was the Epic of Gilgamesh, and then I thought maybe I was wrong. It might have been the Erudu of Genesis that had the cube-shaped boat. But now I'm reading that it is the Epic of Gilgamesh. So
Okay, but Gilgamesh is probably not accurate, though, right?
I don't think. Yeah, I think they're all corrupted accounts except for the biblical text.
Okay.
And I don't just mean because they have these crazy vessels, but that probably would not survive. But because of the moody gods, and that the text is cluttered with a bunch of capricious, moody gods, so that to me as a Christian, that would be another strike. But I'm just trying to evaluate this from just strictly secular, if you will.
I'm trying really hard, but I don't see how he gets ziggurat or cube. Or honestly, I mean, other than that's called a boat, or even like a boat shape from this. This doesn't.
He's not saying he thinks it was. He's saying many scholars have noted the analogy between another ark. I think I can't pronounce that word, but he says that in one place it says that it looks like a ziggurat, but in another place, I mean, there's so many different.
Yeah, modern ships are kind of like a ziggurat. I mean, they've got that huge base, but then the superstructure is like each level is like a little bit narrower than the one before it. Nerdy would like to know how many animals that you could fit into the ark and how much they'd weigh, plus how much food they'd need and how much that would weigh. And that's a good question.
So maybe the cube shape one was just the false one. Maybe the ziggurat was the right one. So there's so many different stories, Assyrian text, and there's so many different cultures, and of course they all have their own gods, and they all have their own Noahic figure, and so of course they don't all call him Noah, right?
Yeah, actually, exactly. Now that I come to think of it, it gives the breadth of Noah's Ark, but it doesn't actually say it's a boat shape. It could just be a giant triangle.
Could be a giant Kit Kat.
I
Speaking
think
of
that
Kit
the ends
Kats,
are rounded.
Let's see things around it.
Bob's
Yeah.
best file. You are the best file on this stream.
But I am Bob's favorite script.
You know, thanks for showing up. I am fucking tired. I can't believe I've been going on for 4 hours and a half. I haven't really noticed. But thanks for showing up, Jill. Get right with God.
I was going to ask you of the same. Midnight. Stop watching CNN.
I don't.
All these false accusations. Come on.
Yeah, and you stop praying to Biden.
I did play
Anyways.
to Biden last night.
Anyways, good night. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
And remember, Jill, no more cocaine.